Why start soon, shit. I'm trying to get my little view box. This shit's not showing. And I don't know why. Okay. I want to show my fucking view box, bro. It's the fucking haters, bro. Maybe something wrong with this shit, because it's not showing that shit at all. What they gonna do without the view-bot? I'm not the view-bot, but the YouTube count bot. Alright, about to get started,
Give me a hell yeah! What? What?
It's been a long time. I ain't streamed like 4 days. I know y'all missed me, bro. Take a break. And we found out, chat, and I'm missing my volume straight. Oh, we're not. Alright, bet, we good. Recipes yummy. Get my charger, we be ready. Trying to wait till everybody come in. Trying to wait till everybody come in. Know it's been a while. Hold on, I'm gonna go back to what's called real quick. I know you motherfucker lying. Let me go back to what you call it. My usual shit. Where is that? There you go. Bit. Alright.
Do you think that they shot you just to get your jewelry?
I don't know. It's like anybody's guess. I don't know.
But I'm a soldier. I always survive. I constantly come back. You know what I mean? Only thing that can kill me is death. That's the only thing that'll ever stop me is death. And even then, my music will live forever.
On November 29, 1994, a Manhattan jury had convened to deliberate charges of sodomy, abuse and weapons possession against Tupac and his road manager at the time.
We in the motherfucker twin. Appreciate y'all. I've been off 4 days. Appreciate y'all subscribing to the channel. I appreciate that. Appreciate y'all so much. We locked back in. Alright. Oh, I forgot my chat box. Damn. Y'all make sure everything alright. Volume, everything. Make sure that shit alright. And And we found out the baby from Brenda got a baby. It's a boy. It's a man. Well, a man now, but we found out the hidden thing behind it. Violet. Who's Violet? The Block Party TV. The Violet. What is that? What that mean? What that mean, twin? Oh shit, I'm coming Tupac like a motherfucker. But shout out to Hip Hop Universe. I gotta tag his name real quick. Hold on, chat. Let me tag his name real quick. Video. So y'all can go watch for yourselves. Go watch his videos. Universe. Alright, bet. I will tell you. It was on his first CD. Oh, that's your. Damn, I ain't never heard this song. When the first CD was? Hold on now, hold on, twin. You just put me on something. Hold on, twin. Put me on something new. You know that. Oh, we blocking Tupac and shit. You know what I'm saying? You gotta respect my boy. Alright, bet. We ready, twin. Hold on, now you gonna make me look it up now. You said Violet. I know you fucking lying. Hold on. Damn, I got something new to listen to. Hold on, twin. What album was it on? Tupacalypse? Hold on, I gotta go on Apple Music. I gotta download that real quick if I even start. Alright, Tupac. I ain't heard that one. Ooh, I found it. It is on Tupac. Oh, I see it too. Oh, I'm about to play it. I wish I could play it on stream. I got it right here, twin. Piece it. I got that motherfucker. Oh, damn. Down, I'm gonna listen to it. Got you, twin. Appreciate that, because I never heard. I still haven't heard that album. You said rest in peace, X, rest in peace, Pop. Rest in peace, man.
Give me a hell yeah!
Two of my favorite.
What?
One of the main two I listen to every day. I listen to them every day. Every day.
Well, tell me what happened at the recording studios in Times Square.
I got shot 5 times. I walked in, some dudes walked in and shot me up.
I already took 5 bullets. And if I can help
So let me ask y'all before we start, who y'all think shot Tupac? Who y'all think really shot Tupac? Let me know in chat.
it, I don't plan on taking no more.
Do you know who shot you? No. Is that a no or is that a maybe?
No, I don't know who
No.
shot me.
As far as
They swear Tupac snitched. I just had to say that real quick. They didn't even say, I don't know who shot me.
foes and enemies and all that, I really don't care. My only fear of death is coming back reincarnated.
So does that mean that you also have no idea why they shot you?
No, I have no idea why they shot me.
And it's not like I'm untouchable. I can be killed as soon as I get out of here.
Do you think that they shot you just to get your jewelry?
Damn, fuck Haitian Jack.
I don't know. It's like anybody's guess. I don't know.
But I'm a soldier. I always survive. I constantly come back. You know what I mean? Only thing that can kill me is death. That's the only thing that'll ever stop me is death. And even then, my music will live forever.
Hey, slide in there. Live forever, twin. Recipe Tupac, man. 30 years later, we still on you, twin. You know, say it's gonna be another 30 more years. 30 more. I'm gonna be old here. shit, the new generation, they gonna be on you. New generation that back gonna be on you, man. It's gonna keep on going, bro. That one thing they didn't stop your music, bro. Even though they, you know what I'm saying? Even though, you know what I'm saying, the people own your music, but we know we gonna pass on to our generation, our kids, and they gonna look you up and keep the movement going. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense.
On November 29th, 1994, a Manhattan jury had convened to deliberate charges of sodomy, abuse, and weapons possession against Tupac and his road manager at the time, Charles Fuller. They stood accused of molesting a 19-year-old woman in Tupac's $750 a night, 38th floor Parker Meridian Hotel suite on November 18th, 1993. After the first day of deliberations and an interview outside the courthouse in New York, Tupac left for a publicity stop in Harlem, then went on to Times Square's Quad Recording Studios at 723 7th Avenue to record a track with a rapper signed to Uptown Records called Lil Sean. Tupac knew it might be his last recording session for some time, as he was facing a maximum 25-year sentence, which would have most likely put an end to his music and acting career. He had already lost a movie role and a guest spot on a TV series, and his legal bills were piling up. Tupac needed cash urgently. During his trial, he would spend his evenings going from one recording studio to another. He was trying to rap his way out of financial ruin. He would go to court early in the morning and hit the studio in the evening, trying to record as much music as possible. On the night of November 30th, 1994, Tupac was ambushed and shot inside the lobby of a recording studio. His team of criminal attorneys had been in New York with him, awaiting a verdict on assault charges against him. His attorney said the shooting, quote-unquote, looked and smelled like a setup. Later, Tupac publicly blamed the Notorious B.I.G., who was upstairs in a recording session at the time, in helping to set up the attack. But let's go back a little and break this down step by step.
That just be real, chap. I ain't gonna lie. I think Big had something to do it. Ain't nobody can convince me, bro. Ain't nobody convince me, bro. He downfall. He should have got them road pocket. You know what I'm saying? In the end, Diddy got his ass. Damn. Should have went third like me. Should have went third like.
Early in the evening, Tupac had been invited by a New York DJ named Ron G.
Who the fuck edited these damn pictures? What the fuck? Y'all see that shit? I don't know. I know y'all see that. What the fuck? Who the fuck did Biggie like that? That boy got makeup on. That boy crouched. Let me not say that.
To record with him. It was the Notorious B.I.G. who introduced the two to each other. Ron G said, "Pac, I want you to come to my house and lay this rap down for my tapes." Pac agreed to do it for free as a favor for the young DJ, whom he wanted to help out, but at the same time it was Biggie's man. So it didn't really feel right for Pac to charge his friends. Him and Big were very close back then. Pac always wanted him in his group Thug Life, and they were both doing each other favors all the time. Pac especially. All the things he did for Biggie and his friends were for free. He usually charged other people a fee to record for their tapes and albums. Ron G and his manager had called and asked him numerous times for a Hot 16. For 2 whole weeks he kept calling him. Tried to erase.
My bad. I gotta ask y'all something real quick. Hold on, I gotta see it on Pac.
They were both doing each other favors all the time. Pac especially. All the things he did for.
They say my boy Tupac was down on the folk. I don't believe he was down on the folk. You know what I'm saying? If y'all know what I'm talking about. But y'all see that 5-star the ring, his ring thing. They say it stands. Let me see what it stands. They say it's some. You know what I'm saying? The other side. You know what I'm saying? That's what they say. But yeah, I be seeing all the rappers with that shit though. I'm gonna type it up. 5-star ring meaning. Okay, 5-star. It protect. 5-star ring putting with signifies protection, balance, and the humanity of elements: earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. Spiritual religion. They confuse the fuck out of me. 1 minute is it about the earth and shit, and then minute it, you know what I'm saying, the other side. You know what I'm saying? I had to make sure. We gonna go with that. We gonna go with that.
Biggie and his friends were for free. He usually charged other people a fee to record for their tapes and albums. Ron G and his manager had called and asked him numerous times for a Hot 16. For 2 whole weeks he kept calling him. Tried to arrange a studio session with Pac so that he can lay down a 16-bar verse for his mixtape. But Pac was busy, with all the cases, his music, and of course with shooting the movie Bullets, which came out 2 years later. So he didn't answer until the day he actually got there, which was November 29th, 1994. Pac finally picked up the phone and said, "Yo, I'ma come through." Ron G gave him his address and Tupac drove to his house with his manager Freddie Moore, his common-law brother-in-law Zay Turner, and rapper Randy Walker, aka Big Stretch from the Live Squad, who was one of Tupac's closest friends.
Oh my God, bro. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass.
I mean, y'all been in my life, y'all already know how I feel about the street, though. You know what I'm saying?
Friends at that point. Down with him since day one, even before the movie Juice was filmed, and before Tupac recorded his debut album Tupacalypse Now. Ron G made the beat on the spot. Stretch and Pac were quickly writing their verses, but Pac was constantly getting paged by somebody. So he seemed a little troubled, according to the DJ. And even in the verse that he wrote down, he seemed a little worried and anxious. It almost sounded prophetic.
He said he sounded worried. Why he sound worried? I don't know. Follow me, tell me if you feel me. I think niggas is trying to kill me. Picture me, pistol spin, holy pine, till they drill me, kill me, keeping it real, even though Duke said my camera thought when the real still see niggas false and they turn snitches. They used to be real, but now they bitches. I'm trying to be real. The only DJ that can't calm me constantly on my phone.
Because in the opening lines of the verse, he predicted that there are people out there that are trying to kill him. And just a few hours later, he gets shot 5 times. Pac always sounded like he's predicting the future. He then said, "They sending armies out to bomb me." The people who were about to shoot and rob him were dressed in army fatigues. He even dissed a New York gangster named Haitian Jack on here, a man who played a significant role in Tupac's Ayanna Jackson assault case and also in the Quad Studio shooting, which was about to happen. Tupac met Haitian Jack in 1993 at Scores, New York, 536 West 28th Street, where they were.
When it, so there before he met her with, damn, I forgot his damn name, not Haitian Jack. Haitian Jack. Hold on now, we gotta go back. Hold on, Twine.
It's, "Yo, I'ma come through." Ron G gave him his address and Tupac drove to his house with his manager Freddie Moore, his common-law brother-in-law Zay Turner, and rapper Randy Walker, aka Big Stretch from the Live Squad, who was one of Tupac's closest friends at that point. Down with him since day one, even before the movie Juice was filmed, and before Tupac recorded his debut album Tupacalypse Now. Ron...
Hold on, when that damn album came out? I'm about to see. Y'all tell me when that album came out. I'm trying to get the timeline when he said this shit. Tupac album. When it came out? Okay, that's 91. When Juice came out? 92? Okay, Juice came out where, 92? Check on Tupac. Okay, yeah, it came out 92. So he said that. Hold on, man. That's why I always be like to go back through these, because I be missing shit. And I be like, I gotta really just, you know what I'm saying, analyze shit.
G made the beat on the spot. Stretch and Pac were quickly writing their verses, but Pac was constantly getting paged by somebody. So he seemed a little troubled, according to the DJ. And even in the verse that he wrote down, he seemed a little worried and anxious. It almost sounded prophetic, because in the opening lines of the verse, he predicted that there are people out there that are trying to kill him. And just a few hours later, he gets shot 5 times. Pac always sounded like he's predicting the future. He then said, "They sending armies out to bomb me." The people who were about to shoot and rob him were dressed in army fatigues.
Okay, now I gotta see what the quad shooting now. Now I gotta look up the quad shooting now. Goddamn. Shit. I'm trying to put 2 to 2 together. You know what I'm saying? Spec the gadget. Tupac. Quad. Quad shooting. So I'm on the quad shooting now. It's an autos. First time. Let's see, what year was it? 19. So that was 94. Okay, Juice came out with 92. Tupac just came out in 91. So he was saying it, damn. So this shit was playing. Damn, he wrote that shit before that shit even happened. That's interesting right there. Cause the quiet shit happened in 94. You know what I'm saying? Damn. That motherfucker, he had to be a goddamn, you know what I'm saying? 4C shit or something.
He even dissed a New York gangster named Haitian Jack on here, a man who played a significant role in Tupac's Ayanna Jackson assault case and also in the Quad Studio shooting, which was about to happen. Tupac met Haitian Jack in 1993 at Scores, New York, 536 West 28th Street, where they watched the Riddick Bowe vs. Evander Holyfield's Repeat or Revenge heavyweight title rematch on November 6, 1993. Pac came and hung out with him in the VIP room of Scores. Jack got him a bottle of Remy Martin, Cuban cigars, and Pac fell in love with that lifestyle. Jack told him that he should reach out to him every time he's in New York, and Pac said he'll do that. The two became close friends after that. The boxer Mike Tyson was telling Pac that he was out of his league hanging with Haitian Jack, but Pac wouldn't listen. He used to dress in baggies and sneakers. Haitian Jack and Ricky Lee took him shopping and quote-unquote made him more mature by introducing him to gangsters in Brooklyn. He told Jack that he's glad that he met him, because it helped with the movie character he was working on. Pac was in New York for much of '93 filming the cult classic Above the Rim. He played a character named Birdie, a New York gangster much like Haitian Jack.
I'm gonna stream that movie live too. We're gonna do it. I ain't seen it since 2001. I might see if it's on Tubi, to be honest. Let me see that shit on Tubi. I'll watch that bitch tonight. Hold on, chat. Let me see that. Cause you can't find that shit anywhere though, bro. Hold on. Tupac, Blood Around. Working out. On Peacock? Oh, hell no. Oh, it's on. Oh, yo, I got Amazon. I got Prime. $3.99 on Apple TV. Yo, no, you lying. $3.99. Oh, we watch it on YouTube. Ooh. Oh yeah, we watch that motherfucker on YouTube for $3.99. Yo. Hey, that what we gonna do tomorrow. Check that what we doing tomorrow. Buttering. Hold on, I'm make sure. If I buy, let me ask you too. Yeah. If movie from YouTube. Movie from YouTube. Can I stream it? YouTube be streaming, they be tripping. Let me see if I can. Yes, if you purchase or rent a boarding room on YouTube, you can stream it directly on the YouTube platform. Once bought, it's added to you. You can be watched on a laptop to you. Alright now. I watched that motherfucker. I bet not get no damn strike. Alright, bet. That's what we're gonna do tomorrow. Bet.
Jack, who wooed people through his flash and charisma while ruling through paralyzing fear. He got his swagger from Jack, the way he handles himself and how everybody is always around him, that people gravitate to a gangster. Their honeymoon phase abruptly ended on November 18th, 1993. That night, shortly before Thanksgiving, would lead to the single most consequential accusation in rap history, because of the dominoes that would fall later. Jack and Pac had a falling out due to the assault case. Tupac, his manager Charles Fuller, Haitian Jack and Rick Lindsay, aka Trevor, all got accused of assaulting the 19-year-old Ayanna Jackson in Tupac's 38th floor room at the Parker Meridian Hotel. Haitian Jack was hereby the one who orchestrated it. He was Pac's co-defendant, but their cases were separated and they had different trials, which made Pac believe that Jack snitched on him and sold him out. The notorious B.I.G. was there too that night, left his guns there and left as soon as Ayanna Jackson came in, which seems kinda odd at first, but he himself tried to stay away from Haitian Jack, cause he was a serious street cat that basically poisoned everything he touched. But from the outside it seemed like Biggie was always involved when Pac got into trouble, cause Pac was charged with weapons possession that same night, even though those were Biggie's, Jack's and Trevor's guns. 4 guns with their serial numbers scratched out were found in Tupac's hotel room. He spent much of '94 proclaiming his innocence. The fact that he left exactly when Ayanna Jackson came in, and that he was also in the same building when Pac got shot, gave Pac enough reason to think that Biggie might have known something about these incidences, cause he thought everything was a setup. Pac and Ayanna Jackson were in the bedroom alone when other men entered and proceeded to assault her. Pac had already left the room after feeling weirded out by the group setting. He talked with his publicist in a different room, felt groggy and went to sleep. He awoke to Ayanna Jackson yelling at him for more or less allowing them to assault her. Pac, his road manager Charles Fuller, Haitian Jack and Trevor were accused of committing that crime. But Haitian Jack and the others got away and Pac became the main target. According to Pac's brother-in-law Zayd, Tupac told Haitian Jack to his face how he felt about him getting a separate trial for the same crime. He allegedly said it in front of Zayd, Stretch, Jack, and...
If anybody in the chat doesn't know about the law and shit, when you get a separate trial, that mean he snitched, ain't it? I need to know. That mean he snitched? Or you gave some evidence or something? That's why you get a separate trial. I don't know too much about that. Y'all let me know.
A couple of OGs. He stepped away from Jack and told him that he wants to have nothing to do with him anymore. And Jack was sitting there speechless, looking at him with a quote-unquote humble look on his face. But Zayd apparently knew that Jack was mad, that he wasn't showing his anger, cause he let his soldiers know about it and they were now coming for Pac, who tried to disassociate from him. By the end of November 1994, Tupac had dumped Haitian Jack as a friend, but Jack was seen trailing him. He would try to holler at him in clubs.
He said no.
Tupac would just ignore him and continue doing what he does. When they ran into each other at one of Puff Daddy's parties, to which both were invited, he ignored him once again and instead stuck close to Biggie.
You got Haitian Jack here popping bottles with your crew like y'all homeboy. They ain't even like that. So what is it then? We gotta get you on that little Sean record, alright? That's one of his artists. You remember?
This was blatant disrespect. Even enemies acknowledged each other's presence. And disrespecting someone like Haitian Jack was dangerous. Biggie warned Pac about him, saying that he should stay away from Haitian Jack. According to Pac, Big said this about a week before the Quad Studio shooting.
But he told me like about a week before I got shot. He knew that it was shot. He was like, "Pop, don't hang around this." We walked in with that shot and they ended up shooting me. He's like, "Pop, because I knew the too. He was my co-defendant." And I was like, "What you mean?" He's like, "I'll talk to you about it later." And we didn't talk.
Haitian Jack found out about Biggie's advice, either through Pac himself or somebody else, and sent a group of thugs to rob Biggie, cause the bad boy camp later blamed Pac for it, that Biggie got robbed.
Do y'all believe Biggie got Rob. I keep hearing it. Ain't nobody. I ain't no real facts about that. Like, did he get robbed for real, or somebody just made it up? Just, you know what I'm saying? Y'all let me know. But it look like he lying. Look at him. Look how he look in the picture. I see that one eye similar to it. I see you, nigga.
For warning him, just cause Pac told Haitian Jack about it, which many people in Pac's camp deny to this day, cause Pac wasn't even speaking to him anymore. According to Lil Sean, Pac for whatever reason told Haitian Jack about it. Yo, Biggie told me to stay away from you. Shortly after that, Biggie got robbed. Haitian Jack and his people...
My bad, y'all. Matter of fact, I need to look that shit up real quick. What happened to Lil Sean? That's what I need to know. He dead. Everybody dead in the damn case. I don't know. We gotta see what happened to Lil Sean. I'm gonna see he got an interview, because I gotta see. I've been here. We need to know about that quiet street. What name? Lil Sean? Oh shit, I put Lil Shaw. Oh damn, young Lil YNs came up. Hold on. Is this Lil Sean? I told Tupac King took a shot and Tupac went mess up. Who was he? Tupac cousin. Oh, here you go. Okay, here you go. Lil Sean, Tupac was afraid to talk to me in jail after the two. Okay, we got one for Lil Sean. Okay, bet. Okay, this is Lil Sean too. Oh yeah, we do got one. Okay, bet. Okay, we got Lil Sean. Okay, I need to see what he talking about. I gotta see what he talking about too. Bet. I ain't never heard his side. Bet, we got that. We got
Stop
good
messing
all
with
week,
Big.
baby.
According to Biggie's camp, this incident happened before the Quad Studio shooting. And the conversation between him and Pac wasn't a week before the robbery, but a whole year, when he first started hanging out with him. Cause Tupac and Haitian Jack weren't talking anymore a week before the shooting, so he couldn't have told Jack about it. Or maybe he heard about it some other way. Who knows? He called Haitian Jack a hanger-on in the Daily News after their cases got separated, and when the two started beefing. Jack felt like it was the other way around, that Pac was hanging on to him and looking up to him. Pac also delivered one of his most emotionally charged interviews on November 29th, hours before the Quad Studio shooting, in which he pleaded his innocence once more, while asking the reporters where his co-defendants are, how they are getting away, even though they're the ones that committed the crime while he was asleep.
Where are those people that did this? They were all in the same hotel as me. They were all right in the same room with me. Why am I the only one in court right now? Why is the cameras all on me? And in the report and all these charges, I didn't do nothing. I'm charged with being in concert with some guy. But where they at? My co-defendants to this day have never been to trial.
The interview in front of the courthouse took place hours before the shooting. Haitian Jack and his people saw this and were even more upset about him. Pac was all good when I was doing things for him, until we caught that punk A case that easily could have been beaten by both of us, Haitian Jack said. He let his attorneys turn him against me, and that's the part I'll never forgive him for, because I'm gonna ride or die for you. I expect you to do the same. See, that's what I call a fair weather friend. They all talked about it together.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. I can tell you about your goddamn teeth right there. You lying, motherfucker. You lying. You lying, twin. You lying. What y'all think about that? You think Tupac should have... What y'all think, Chad? Tupac should have just been quiet. He shouldn't have said that. I think when he got that, when he lawyer told he had that separate case, that would got them. Once I made him speak like that.
And Jack told him to just leave it alone and not to do anything to Pac.
Mr. Shakur also recently told the New York Post he blames this entire case on hangers-on.
So you were offended when he called you a hanger-oner in the Daily News?
I was offended, but I didn't think what he said warrants him to be hurt.
Wow.
I'm a hanger-on now, right? Y'all hear this, boy? I gave that little his first Rolex.
I had told everyone not to do anything to Pac.
That bozo. I should have been fried his ass up.
Yo, let's get that.
Y'all ain't gonna get Don't nothing happen unless I say it happened, all right?
A lot of people listened and said, look, Jack said leave it alone. And they left it alone, but there's always one in the crowd that has something to prove.
The person he's talking about is a man named Jimmy Roseman, also known as Jimmy Henchman, who is an American entertainment record executive and convicted drug trafficker. Jimmy Henchman didn't like how Tupac was speaking publicly about the trial, in particular about Haitian Jack, who he labeled as a snitch who gets a special treatment by the court and government, making Pac look like the main offender, even though he wasn't in the same room when Ayanna Jackson got assaulted, cause Pac was sleeping next door while Haitian Jack assaulted her with 2 other men.
If you listen right in there, none of these charges of this gangbang, none of this gangbang stuff came out in the trial. She says people was rubbing her ass, grabbing her ass. Where are these people?
Jimmy Henchman wanted to discipline him for his remarks about Haitian Jack, but Jack didn't want them to do anything without him giving the green light. They were all part of the same team. Haitian Jack, Jimmy Henchman, his best friend Dexter Isaac, Spunk and JD, the 2 homies of Dexter who were there during the robbery. But it's not clear if the comments about Haitian Jack were indeed the main motive behind the robbery, as something else was still about to happen that made Jimmy give the 3 assailants the green light to do the robbery. We do know that Jimmy and Haitian Jack were close friends, so it's not unlikely that Tupac's disrespect towards Jack upset him too. Some say the revenge for Haitian Jack was planned days in advance, while others say it was spontaneous for disrespecting Jimmy Henchman as well, so that Jimmy finally found a reason to send his people at it.
They said I didn't know the reason. They said he had that nigga Poe had a record deal. Tupac didn't want to sign with his ass. You know what I'm saying? Which one? Y'all confused the fuck out of me between. Which one it is?
Without Haitian Jack taking the blame. It was also Haitian Jack who introduced Tupac to Jimmy Henchman. And now, while Pac is trying to finish the taping session with Ron G, he's constantly getting paged by Haitian Jack's associates. Jimmy called Pac and asked him to tape a song with East Coast rapper Lil Sean, a verse on a track produced by Bryce Wilson. Jimmy had it all planned out days before it happened, cause it was later revealed by Lil Sean that Jimmy went to the owner of Uptown Records, Andre Harrell, and told him that Tupac wants to do a song with him. Jimmy spoke for Tupac and Lil Sean, even though none of them were interested in doing that collaboration. Pac never asked to do a song with him, and Lil Sean wanted to leave the rap game and stop working on music, cause he was tired of it. Andre Harrell always wanted Pac to appear in his cop drama New York Undercover, which premiered on Fox in September 1990.
Lord, that my shit right now. Classic. Y'all watching Law and Order. I was watching New York Undercover. You know what I'm saying? I was watching it. You know what I'm saying? Recipe to the my Puerto Rican brother right now. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Before, Tupac already had Juice, Poetic Justice, and Above the Rim on his resume at the time. Harrell didn't really care about Sean, as he wasn't a platinum artist or anyone important on that label. He just wanted Tupac on his TV show. He saw this collaboration as the perfect opportunity to ask him. So Andre Harrell called Lil Sean and told him that Pac wants to do a record with him. Again, Pac never asked to do that song, and Sean wasn't interested in working with him. He had met Tupac through Haitian Jack, who had a barbershop in Queens, where they all hung out after they stopped cutting hair. And since then he tried to stay away from those two, because he wasn't feeling the vibe. Pac driving around flashing guns, smoking weed, his weird relationship with Haitian Jack, where both of them tried to prove themselves. Sean just didn't like being around them, cause they were like fire and gasoline. But Sean was still cool with Jack. They had a big brother, little brother type of relationship. When they picked up Tupac at the Meridian Hotel, Sean was scared of Pac, cause he was walking around flashing his gun and his big bag of weed, playing Spice One in the car of the gangster Haitian Jack, even though Jack didn't like the smell of weeds nor rap music in general. But he had no problem with Pac smoking and listening to that in his car while having his gun out. Sean just wanted to make it back and leave the car in one piece.
You can't, he ain't trustable. Yeah, you know, and they don't smoke weed, and he a thug too. Oh yeah. He just sitting there. He don't like rap music. Oh yeah, that motherfucker crazy. You don't like rap music? What he listen to? Now I wonder what kind of music he listen to. He listen to R&B or something.
Scared that something might happen, or that they'll end up in jail. Jack and Pac were both trying to impress each other with how gangster they are, and Sean was getting nervous. But the incident where they picked up Tupac at the hotel was just a few days before Jack and Pac were both arrested at the Meridian Hotel for allegedly assaulting the 19-year-old Ayanna Jackson. He never wanted to hang out with those two ever again, and that's one of the reasons why he didn't want to do the song with Tupac. But Jimmy Henchman and Andre Harrell would go on to work out their deal to where Tupac would record with Little Sean against his will. Sean knew that they were just using him to do business with Tupac, but he couldn't just say no, because the label was giving him
I think Tupac, you not even signed. That ain't even a record. I don't even know why he recorded with motherfucker. Tupac was signed on Interscope, man. Say shit, I don't know why. Well, I don't know how they. I don't know how they probably different back in the 90s. I don't know how they record anybody. But
$3,000 monthly for basically doing nothing. He didn't want to affect any of his future business deals within the industry or mess up his monthly checks. Somebody from Uptown Records then booked the studio session for Sean, and everybody came there for Pac.
My recollection of the story was I was shooting a video the second half of Warning, and I heard my man was up in the studio doing a Junior Mafia session. So I got up at the reception area and I saw Andre and Lil Sean.
People have accused Puff of knowing about the plan of Pac getting robbed, and to this day there's no real explanation on why he wasn't on the same floor as the members of his label, meaning Biggie, Lil Cease, Lil Kim, and Junior Mafia. We only heard from Puffy's ex-bodyguard Gene Deal that he was spying on them, but not how he learned about Tupac's planned studio session with Lil Sean. Was it? There's no real explanation on why he wasn't on the same floor as the members of his label, meaning Biggie, Lil Cease, Lil Kim, and Junior Mafia. We only heard from Puffy's ex-bodyguard Gene Deal that he was spying on them, but not how he learned about Tupac's planned studio session with Lil Sean. Was it just coincidence, or was he informed by Jimmy Henchman and the Uptown staff? The studio session was planned days in advance in Tupac's name, as if he had requested the session, but Pac was only informed about it the day the shooting happened, after Jimmy Henchman called him while he was recording with mixtape DJ Ron G.
We're playing days before, so he been playing the shit. Then Tupac said that, and then, hold on, I remember where I was at. Okay, I remember where I was at. Hold on. Now we gotta go all the way back to this shit.
Stretch and Pac were quickly writing their verses, but Pac was constantly getting paged by somebody. So he seemed a little troubled, according to the DJ. And even in the verse that he wrote down, he seemed a little worried and anxious. It almost sounded prophetic, because in the opening lines of the verse, he predicted that there are people out there that are trying to kill him. And just a few hours later, he gets shot 5 times.
See, when the fuck did he write this verse, though? That's what I need to know. What song? I forgot what damn song this was. What song is this? Y'all know this. What song is this?
Predicted that there are people out there that are trying to record his debut album, Tupacalypse Now. Ron G made the beat on the spot. Stretch and Pac were quickly writing their verses, but Pac was constantly getting paged by somebody. So he seemed a little troubled, according to the DJ. And even in the verse that he wrote down...
If y'all know what verse this is, please let me know what song this is in Tupac. Cause this shit came out with 91 when this shit came out. He said somebody will page him. Like, was he fucking with Haitian Jack down back then? In 91? That's what I need to know too. See, now I'm trying to put two together. Oh damn, we went way past that shit. Oh Lord. Who is it? Oh, I think it's right here. Yeah, it's right here. Damn.
what he was recording with mixtape DJ Ron G. So everyone who waited for Tupac knew more about the plan than Pac himself. He had a weird feeling about this. His relationship with Haitian Jack just turned sour, and now his associate wants him on a song. Stretch and Pac both thought that something was going to happen, but not to this extent. Pac wanted to charge him because he had a feeling that they were just using him. He said, "Alright, you give me the 7 G's and I'll do the song." Jimmy then responded, "I got the money, come." So he agreed and told Pac that it was to take place at the Quad Studios, which is in Times Square. Pac was facing prison time, beefing with gangsters, and burning through money on criminal defense lawyers. So he needed those $7,000 badly. He knew that something was fishy about it, but he had no other choice. So he headed to the Quad Studios to make what he hoped would be an easy $7,000. Pac then stopped off to get some weed, jumped back in the car but then got lost. It took him way too long to get there. Jimmy Henchman then paged him again, wondering why he's taking so long. "Where you at? Why you ain't coming?" And Pac was like, "I'm coming, man, hold on." Tupac then called Jimmy Henchman back to ask for directions, and Jimmy then said, "I don't have the money." To which Pac replied, "If you don't have the money, I'm not coming." Jimmy Henchman then hung up the phone. Arguing about money with Jimmy Henchman was not a good idea, but Tupac was reckless, acting out of desperation as he needed the money to pay his bills and fees. But he wasn't about to let himself get ripped off. Jimmy had earned a rep for robbing and drug dealing. He had faced charges ranging from weapons possession to second-degree murder, but tried to get into the music business by representing rappers like Lil Jon. And Jimmy asked Pac to help him out with his label Henchman, so that he could start a new life and go legit. Pac was too arrogant and cocky for him. Arguing about $7,000 and talking trash about his friend Haitian Jack were some of the reasons why Jimmy wanted to discipline him. According to Dexter Isaac, who confessed to being one of the 3 people who robbed Pac, he got the green light from Jimmy Henchman after he was cussed out by Pac on the phone. Pac allegedly called Jimmy Henchman a sucker, B-A-N-word, punk mother F,
Momo,
and a bunch of other things on the phone. Pac never explained why Jimmy hung up the phone on him, so that could be an explanation. Jimmy felt disrespected, and according to Dexter Isaac, that's the exact moment when he gave the green light. Dexter Isaac had just returned to his apartment, which was a crack house on South Oxford Avenue in Brooklyn, after hustling in North Carolina, where he was transporting and selling drugs. He got a call from a man whose real name he doesn't want to reveal. He just called him Paulie. And according to Dexter, he got a strong Jamaican accent and is also close to Jimmy Henchman. He was the one who got called by Jimmy Henchman after Tupac cussed him out on the phone, and the one who went and got in touch with Dexter Isaac to get the job done. Dexter answered the phone. "What's up, rude boy? Are you in New York, my dude?" Paulie asked as soon as he heard Dexter's voice. "Yeah, I'm in town. I just got back in." Paulie let out a huge sigh of relief. "Star, me need to chat to you right away."
I ain't gonna lie, hip hop universe, how the hell you know all these shit?
Paulie said in a thick Jamaican accent. "Come by the spot on South Oxford in Clinton Hill. We'll talk then." Dexter replied. "Aight, me soon come," Paulie said before hanging up the phone. 15 minutes later, Paulie pulled up in his Lexus LS 400 with a man named Fat Cat. Before Dexter even settled in the back seat, Paulie goes in. "Jimmy needs you to do a job for him. He wants you to rob rapper Tupac Shakur," he said. "Teach him a lesson about respect." "Why?" Dexter asked. Jimmy made a deal with Tupac to lay down a track with Lil Jon, one of Jimmy's artists. So what happened? Jimmy agreed to pay Tupac $7,000 for making the guest appearance, but he wanted to give him a check. Tupac wanted cash and Jimmy refused. After Jimmy refused, Tupac started calling him all kinds of hoes and P's and B's. He told Jimmy, "You New York B's better have my effing cash when I get there." This is also similar to what lead detective Greg Kading said about the motives. Pac was quote-unquote running his mouth about getting paid and kind of being demanding. They didn't go there to kill him, obviously. They could have killed him if that was their intention. They beat him to discipline him. He suggested that Jimmy Henchman had coordinated the ambush to show Tupac who was boss. Dexter knew that after hearing an earful of disrespect like that Jimmy was about to blow a gasket. He thought Tupac should have known better than to disrespect Jimmy like that, to talk so recklessly. Everybody knew Tupac had a big mouth, but now he had seriously upset Jimmy. And Jimmy is known for being cold-blooded. There are stories of him shooting a man named Shoe Shine for trying to rob him. Jimmy was Dexter's friend, and they had mad love for each other. Lil Sean, on the other hand, was nothing to him but a coward and woman beater. So what's in it for me, Paul?
Damn, you a woman beater? Damn. Hold on, Dexter. Isaac. Do we got an interview? Damn, this nigga got his own documentary. God damn. Oh, I guess he ain't do no interview. This Isaac. Hold on, let me see if he got a documentary. Well, some do an interview or something. This Isaac on Apologize to Tupac was Biggie and where y'all get the how he got the interview? Okay, he did that 1 year ago. Okay, we gotta check his shit out.
Dexter asked. According to Jimmy, you keep all the jewelry from the robbery except for the biggest diamond ring. Jimmy wants that as a souvenir, as a gift for his fiancée Cynthia Reed. He wants to put the stone in a new setting. Plus he'll give you another $2,500 to pay your peoples for helping you. Paulie then ran down a list of the exact jewelry that Pac would be wearing and estimated the value of each piece. When Dexter asked him how he knew all this, he said Haitian Jack had taken Tupac to the Diamond District on the 47th Street where he bought all his jewelry. The place is called Tito's Jewelry. So Jack told them everything. Haitian Jack and Tupac used to hang out together all the time before they caught that case at the Parker Meridian Hotel in the city. Haitian Jack was real flashy, a ladies' man, but also a well-known hustler in Brooklyn. He robbed drug dealers, rappers, and music executives. Tupac was mesmerized by Jack's flash and his jewelry.
I ain't gonna lie to Tupac. He's all damn red flags, man. Goddamn, Tupac. Damn. I don't know what to say about it, my boy. On it.
So he wanted to get himself some of the same. That's how Haitian Jack knew all the prices of every piece he bought. The big ring is worth $35,000, Paulie said. The little ring is worth $20,000. Tupac had a Rolex watch with diamonds all over it that Haitian Jack had gifted him. It was worth more than $20,000. He also had a gold chain and bracelets. Dexter didn't really care who it was. The fact that Pac was a rapper even increased his interest in robbing him, as he thought that rappers are known to wear expensive jewelry. The job was a no-brainer to him. His friends Spunk and JD were upstairs in the spot. Dexter went to them and said, "I've got a mission for us. We're going up into the city to rob Tupac." "Are you for real?" Spunk asked. "As real as a heart attack, my dude," Dexter said. "Let's do this then," both Spunk and JD said. They were both very loyal and trusted Dexter with their lives. They knew he would never ask them to do anything that he wasn't willing to do himself. Dexter was the boss of that little crew. He had taken these dudes off the streets when they were way down and out. Now they were sober, going out of town with him, making money and meeting lots of girls. Thanks to Dexter, they had cars to drive and they stayed clean with all the latest clothes. Dexter handed JD a 45 and Spunk a 9mm. He himself got a 9mm as well. And they jumped in the MPV. They slipped the guns into the stash box and drove off. Paulie was leading the way into the city, so his Lexus was in front of Dexter's MPV. They parked near the studio, got their guns out, walked around the corner and sat down inside a 24-hour Sbarro restaurant across the street from the Quartz recording studio. Paulie called Jimmy on his cell when they arrived. "Dex wants to holler at you before..."
They ain't got Savannah cameras in there?
This nigga's scared.
They ain't got... How they ain't go... How the police didn't get all this shit?
Before he does the job. Come upstairs but leave everyone else in the lobby, Jimmy replied. Paulie and Dexter crossed the street and entered the building. The lobby was shaped like a reverse L. When Dexter stepped into the building, the first thing he noticed was a vacant desk and a chair for a security guard. They went around the corner to the elevator and pushed a button. It was a narrow elevator that ascended slowly, floor after floor. When they got off the elevator, Jimmy was right there waiting for them. But he also said that he saw Biggie sitting on a sofa talking to Lil Cease by the window, even though they were supposed to be upstairs on a different floor. Lil Cease said that he didn't even know Puffy was in the same building, but according to Dexter, they were all in the same room, because Puffy was standing down to his left talking to his mentor Andre Harrell. Dexter also saw Lil Sean behind the glass booth and wondered why they were all here. How many people know what's about to go down? Dexter asked. He knows, Jimmy replied, nodding his head in Puffy's direction. Puffy looked Dexter dead in the eye, and that's when Dexter knew that he was involved. What Paulie told me, is that the real? Yeah, it's all official, Jimmy stressed. But I don't want y'all to kill him. Just rough him up and take his ish. After receiving the instructions, Jimmy hurried them back into the elevator because he didn't want too many people getting a good look at them. Before they left, Jimmy said, I'll call y'all in the cell when he's on the way. Wait outside the studio until then. As Sim and Paulie returned to the restaurant across the street, Dexter started to laugh.
Police can't get in. Well, damn, they did have big ass phones back then. Damn. If we had technology we had now back then, we would have got their ass. We would have got y'all ass for them. But come back. All you motherfuckers went down.
Out of the building and the streets. Traffic was light and there was very little foot traffic on this block because it was late and all of the stores were closed. After everything was planned and set up and the robbers arrived at the building, Pac got called a third time by Jimmy Hinchman, telling him that he's going to call the CEO of the record label Uptown Entertainment, Andre Harrell, and make sure that he gets the money. But Andre Harrell was in that building the whole time, according to Lil Sean. Jimmy Henchman lied about calling him, according to Dexter Isaac, as Andre was already there waiting for hours. So the whole I don't got the money thing was not only a lie, but it was also done to stall time. Because Jimmy all of a sudden also promised that he's going to give him the money out of his own pocket. Jimmy was the one who was supposed to pay him anyway. That's why he said I don't have the money. But now all of a sudden he has $7,000 in his pockets. Pac only cared about getting...
Give me a hell yeah! Yeah, I got a special surprise for y'all tomorrow. We watching Above the Rim tomorrow, Tupac movie tomorrow. I can watch it on YouTube. So I'm gonna be watching a lot this week coming. I'm gonna be watching a lot of Tupac movies. I haven't seen All Eyes on Me. I might do that. I'm gonna do that Tuesday. All Eyes on Me Tuesday. Monday is gonna be Above the Rim. Yeah, I think I want to do Wednesday. I want to do Tupac. What is that? Revelation. How he grew up in Oakland. I'm gonna do that one. So I gotta buy them on YouTube for some damn reason, but yeah, that's what I'm doing.
The money, so he said.
I'm gonna go back for y'all.
Traffic on this block because it was late and all of the stores were closed.
It'll be late this week.
After everything was planned and set up and the robbers arrived at the building, Pac got called a third time by Jimmy Hinchman, telling him that he's going to call the CEO of the record label Uptown Entertainment, Andre Harrell, and make sure that he gets the money. But Andre Harrell was in that building the whole time, according to Lil Sean. Jimmy Henchman lied about calling him, according to Dexter Isaac, as Andre was already there waiting for hours. So the whole I don't got the money thing was not only a lie, but it was also done to stall time. Because Jimmy all of a sudden also promised that he's going to give him the money out of his own pocket. Jimmy was the one who was supposed to pay him anyway. That's why he said I don't have the money. But now all of a sudden he has $7,000 in his pockets. Pac only cared about getting the money, so he said, alright, I'm on my way. Tupac headed to the studio just after midnight. People have waited for him for hours. About 10 minutes after Dexter Isaac came out of the Quad Studios, he got a call from Jimmy informing him about Tupac's arrival. Tupac will be here in 15 minutes. He's got a couple of dudes with him. Alright, we ready, Dexter replied. When he ended the call, he began formulating their strategy. Spunk, I need you to chill in the lobby and act like you're the security guard. When they come inside the lobby, me and JD will come from behind and get him right there. Jimmy doesn't want him shot. He just wants to teach him a lesson. So now it's November 30th, 12:16 a.m. Tupac, along with his manager Freddie Moore, his brother-in-law Zay Turner, and his best friend Big Stretch arrived at the Quad Studios. They were a few hours late, so they were a little bit in a rush. A few moments later, Jimmy called Dexter again, letting him know that Pac and his entourage were in the garage around the corner parking their car, and that Dexter will be able to see them walking around the corner at any minute. All this up-to-date information led Dexter to believe that Jimmy had someone in Pac's camp who was feeding him information. The group left their car in a parking garage at 148 West 48th Street, then walked a short distance around the corner to the studio on 7th Avenue. Dexter saw Tupac walking down the street, arms swinging back and forth. 9 minutes later at 12:25 a.m., Pac and his group arrived in front of the building. Lil C's and Chico Del Vec from Biggie's group Junior Mafia were standing on a small terrace on the 10th floor of the Quad Studio building. Overlooked.
I don't give a damn. Nobody say. I think Lil C's was a lookout dude. I ain't care. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna even lie. You just happen to look out. Soon Pac came, you just happen to look out right there. I think he was a lookout dude. I ain't gonna lie. He probably gonna take that shit to the grave.
King 38th Street. They were taking a little break from a recording session and went out for a smoke, looking who's passing by and dumping cups of water on people. They saw Tupac and his group in front of the building and screamed down to say hello.
Yo, and I'm yelling like, yo, Pac. I said, yo, what up? Where you going?
They both loved and looked up to Tupac, welcomed him every time he visited Brooklyn. C's recognized Pac by his bandana, told him to come up and hang out with them on the 10th floor, where Biggie, Lil C's, DJ Clark Kent, Lance Ann Rivera, and the remaining members of the group Junior Mafia were recording music. Those were the first Junior Mafia recording sessions for the upcoming album Conspiracy.
Like this whole shit don't make no damn sense. Like, I don't know. Like, all y'all on different flows, everybody ain't talking, nobody ain't talking to each other. Like, whole time I know y'all communicate with motherfuckers, going to different rooms and shit. I don't give a damn. You know how motherfuckers black people move. We move goddamn up and down. Go down here, fuck with them folk, then go up there, fuck with them folk. You can't tell. That shit don't make no sense to me. That dude, I think he was a lookout dude, bro. I think him, Jimmy Hendrix told that boy, hey, look out, see when you see Pac. When you see Pac, let me know. Boom, I'ma call, boom, such and such. Boom, 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 boom. Shit happened just like that. You know what I'm saying?
Just shortly after they got signed. That was actually the first day they recorded for that album, working on the song Players Anthem, which later became a smash hit. But Tupac was scheduled to record on the 8th floor, so he informed Lil C's but agreed to pay them a visit on the 10th floor. Pac's mood improved when he saw his homeboy C's. Soon as he saw him, all his concerns about the situation were relaxed. Before that, he felt a little nervous, because Jimmy Hinchman was close to Haitian Jack, who Pac had major beef with at this point. I didn't want to tell the police, but I can tell the world. Nigel had introduced me to Booker. Everybody knew I was short on money. All my shows were getting cancelled. All my money from my records was going to lawyers.
Damn.
All the movie money was going to my family. So I was doing this type of stuff, rapping for guys and getting paid. Jimmy was cool with Puffy and Biggie too, so he was relieved that they're upstairs.
I said, yo, come around the corner, because you know how the terrace was in Quad, you know, it's on the side. It's on 48th Street, and you know, it's on 7th. So I'm like, yo, come around the corner, come around to the corner, and I'm going to come downstairs and get you.
Lil C's then went back inside to inform Biggie and everyone else that Pac had arrived. Big then told C's to go get him. Biggie and Junior Mafia were on a different floor than Puffy. Chico stayed upstairs, but C's got into the elevator with Nino Brown, who was another member of the group Junior Mafia. Back on the street, as Tupac and the others approached the entrance to the Quad Studios,
I bet 100% bet, Chad. If Diddy die, I bet all them motherfuckers gonna have a different damn story. I bet money on that shit. All the motherfuckers that was in, you know what I'm saying? Lil Sean and all them. They gonna tell you when Diddy died. They gonna tell you they still scared of Diddy. That's why they stick to the damn story. He must got tapes on there, baby oil and all.
They could see a man standing outside, wearing boots and army fatigues. Pac was surprised when he walked to the door and the man didn't look up. I have never seen a black man not acknowledge me one way or another, either with jealousy or respect. But the guy just looked to see who it is and turned his face down. It didn't click because I had just finished smoking chronic. I'm not thinking something will happen to me in the lobby. It was later revealed that this man was JD, who Tupac referred to as the light-skinned guy. Cause Spunk was dark-skinned, and Dexter Isaac, who's light-skinned as well, was never even seen by them. That's why Zayd and Pac only mentioned 2 robbers in interviews. Zayd even denied that Dexter was present, but he didn't see him as he was crossing the street.
So why they say King Tut though? Was the shooter then? I'm confused. Cause he keep talking about Dexter, Spunk. I don't hear no King Tut, nothing. You know what I'm saying? Tupac saying the song, Tut, you know what I'm saying?
By the time the group reached the studio, a third man was in the lobby pretending to read a newspaper. This was Spunk. Tupac was more or less in a rush because Jimmy Henchman had called him multiple times and he didn't want to waste this opportunity to get an easy $7,000. He didn't even think that this could be a trap. Later on, it was revealed that he assumed those 3 men were Biggie.
Tupac, I don't know that shit was true. You know damn well you see a black man with an army tee, he reading a damn newspaper. I know you fucking lying. Hey, we ain't gonna see like we did to see Mano. I ain't never seen the movie, so I just peeped that shit.
To get an easy $7,000. He didn't even think that this could be a trap. Later on,
I gotta go back. Where is that when you walked in there, motherfucker? Where is it? Yo, I fucking missed it.
But his whereabouts weren't mentioned in the police report. It was never made clear whether the guard had been in the lobby or in another part of the building at the time of the attack. But there was a lobby camera, which was used to see people at the entrance. Pac pressed the intercom button and the 4 were buzzed inside by someone on the 8th floor. Cause you couldn't enter the building without someone opening the door from inside. Usually you get buzzed in by an employee who follows orders from the people you're about to record with. And the person who let Pac in was a man named Dave Rosner, a longtime manager at Quad, who was there with Jimmy Henchman. I wasn't expecting Tupac that night. One of my employees was sitting near the camera.
Hold on, that's why I'm trying to prove my point right now. Where is that?
To get an easy $7,000. He didn't even think that this could be a trap. Later on, it was revealed that he assumed those 3 men were Biggie's security. He had just seen his homie Little Cease, who just told him to come upstairs. And Biggie, of course...
Must have been real quick. I don't know. Where is that? Never mind, forget it, yeah. Did I pass it?
Mafia. Back on the street, as Tupac and the others approached the entrance to the Quad Studios, they could see a man standing outside, wearing boots and army fatigues. Pac was surprised when he walked to the door and the man didn't look up. I have never seen a black man not acknowledge me one way or another, either with jealousy or respect. But the guy just looked to see who it is and turned his face down. It didn't click because I had just finished smoking chronic. I'm not thinking something will happen to me in the lobby. It was later revealed that this man was JD, who Tupac referred to as the light-skinned guy. Cause Spunk was dark-skinned, and Dexter Isaac, who's light-skinned as well, was never even seen by them. That's why Zayd and Pac only mentioned 2 robbers in interviews. Zayd even denied that Dexter was present, but he didn't see him as he was crossing the street by the time the group reached the studio. A third man was in the lobby pretending to read a newspaper. This was Spunk. Tupac was more or
look at that shit.
less in a rush.
Ain't no way in here. Who the desk man right here? Who's the fucking desk manager back there? They had a desk manager back there. What the fuck you doing? What they call people? A little studio behind the desk.
rush because Jimmy Henchman had called him multiple times and he didn't want to waste this opportunity to get an easy $7,000. He didn't even think that this could be a trap. Later on, it was revealed that he assumed those 3 men were Biggie's security. He had just seen his homie Little Cease, who just told him to come upstairs. And Biggie of course had a sole entourage with him. Pac also had his best friend Big Stretch and 2 other people there to protect him in case something goes wrong. At least that's what he thought. Stretch was physically bigger and stronger, looked more intimidating, and always gave him a feel of safety. The security guard of the Quad Studios had been on duty at the time of the shooting, but his whereabouts weren't mentioned in the police report. It was never made clear whether the guard had been in the lobby or in another part of the building at the time of the attack. But there was a lobby camera, which was used to see people at the entrance. Pac pressed the intercom button and the 4 were buzzed inside by someone on the 8th floor. Cause you couldn't enter the building without someone opening the door from inside. Usually you get buzzed in by an employee who follows orders from the people you're about to record with. And the person who let Pac in was a man named Dave Ross Rosner, a longtime manager at Quad, who was there with Jimmy Henchman. I wasn't expecting Tupac that night. One of my employees was sitting near the camera, Ross said. He asked who it was. The employee then said, Tupac. Ross then said, buzz him in. I'm not leaving Tupac on the street. It's odd that Ross wasn't expecting Tupac that night, even though they had been waiting for him for hours. Jimmy Henchman might have not informed the studio staff.
That sound like a damn lie right there. I ain't gonna lie to him. That sound like a little lie. What he just said. You know what I'm saying? That sound a little fishy right there. That's your damn building too? See, you know who coming in that motherfucker. That sound like a lie right now. I ain't gonna lie. What y'all think of that?
So Tupac, his brother-in-law Zayd, his manager Freddie Moore, and Stretch entered the building, and the 2 men behind them came in right after. Pac and his group got inside and saw the 3rd guy with the newspaper sitting on a desk in the entranceway. And he didn't look up either. He started to wonder why they ain't showing him love, cause he still thought that those were Biggie's homies, and they usually show him love. Pac then turned to the right and swept past the guy with the newspaper, then turned left to get to the elevators. Didn't even realize that he got lured into a trap. Before entering the studio, JD said, watch the door, Dex. Make sure nobody comes inside. Me and Spunk got this covered. Dexter's soldiers wanted to show him that they could work this out without him. So Dexter took his position at the door, while JD and Spunk followed the group to the elevators. The guy waiting in the lobby dropped his newspapers the moment his friends stepped inside. They followed the 4 victims into a dead end, as the 2 elevators were currently on different floors. Pac pressed the elevator button, turned around and saw JD and Spunk pulling out quote-unquote identical handguns, even though Dexter gave JD a .45 and Spunk a 9mm. So Pac either made a mistake or Dexter got his story wrong. According to Pac, they went straight at him, yelling, "Don't nobody move. Everybody on the floor. You know what time it is, run your ish. Give up the jewelry and get on the floor." Pac's entourage followed their orders and quickly got to the grounds. Even Stretch, which caught Pac by surprise, as he was always under the impression that Stretch was a tough guy who would never allow himself to get robbed. A guy who would always fight and shoot back instead of letting others threaten him. Dexter could hear his men ordering them around, yelling, "Get the F on the ground, now!" And according to him, everybody except Tupac dropped to their knees. Pac himself didn't know what to do. He thought Stretch was about to fight as he was quote-unquote towering over those people. He assumed that they would go for the big guy first, but they ignored him and didn't even touch him. They came straight to Pac. His group quote-unquote dropped like a sack of potatoes, while Pac froze up. It wasn't like I was brave or nothing, I just couldn't get on the floor. He expected Stretch to support him, thinking they had a chance to shoot back at the assailants.
And the reason I knew my homeboys set me up is because my homeboys knew I was strapped. The dudes came straight for me. My homeboys is behind it. It's like they running for the swing. My homeboys behind it. They didn't do nothing. They knew I was strapped. All they had to do was grab it, and I could have boxed.
Yeah, fat.
He wanted Stretch to at least grab one of them so that...
I ain't gonna lie, fat. I ain't like, I mean, y'all. Now, I don't know, I mean, shit, they could possibly have a motherfucker get shot with the gun in your face, but you just, shit. You just trying not to get shot, I ain't gonna lie. I don't know. Tupac love you, but I don't know about that one. I don't know. A lot of people ain't gonna do that shit, bro. That too much. You might end up shooting my ass. You know what I'm saying? I don't know about it.
Pac could shoot him, but nobody even thought of helping. He was completely on his own.
But they got guns, so these coming for me, just sitting there. And they said, get, and they dropped to the floor. I knew it was a setup.
The group was expecting Pac to just let himself get robbed. Stretch later did an interview with Vibe magazine, which came out on July 10th, 1995, in which he told his side of the story. He said, they had the drop on us real quick, and they was like, y'all people lay down. We just looked at each other like we was not laying down for ish. Cause when people tell you to lay down, you automatically think you ain't gonna get up no more. They didn't get on the floor until Pac got shot. At least that's what Stretch was saying. Tupac's brother-in-law Zayd said that Stretch didn't actually drop to the floor immediately. It was Pac's manager Freddie Moore who immediately followed the orders of the gunman. Stretch went down to the ground after they told him to get on his knees, head against the wall. He went down second to not cause any trouble, and this was before Pac got shot, according to Zayd. So as you can see, there are differences in all their accounts and stories. Stretch said,
I ain't gonna lie, Chad. Every time they show pictures of Stretch, he just made my he just made my soul itch. That made sense. Goddamn. I want to fight his ass, my damn self. Bitch, motherfucker.
The reason why he went down and didn't fight back like Pac was because he had no gun on him. He responded to Tupac's statements about Stretch dropping like a sack of potatoes by saying, now that guy know I ain't never going out like no bee, but I ain't dumb. I ain't got no gun. What the F am I supposed to do? I might be towering over people, but I ain't towering over no slugs. How the F is he going to know if people drop like a sack of potatoes if he was turned around to get his joint? Tupac mentioned the weapon search too. They started grabbing at me to see if I was strapped. They said, take off your jewels, and Pac refused to do so. Some said he started cursing at them, which infuriated the three assailants. The light-skinned dude, the one that was standing outside, was on me. Stretch was on the floor and the dude with the newspaper was holding the gun on him. He was telling the light-skinned dude, shoot that mother F.
Like, so what the fuck King? I thought King Tut was the. Oh damn, I'm gonna look up the damn. What the fuck? Nigga got makeup on? I know you fucking lying. Damn. I don't know, I go back. The dude that posted shot Tupac, where's King Tut? This supposed to be Mano? They confused the fuck out.
All I could think about was P bags and ish bags. And this is where Tupac changed his story in his interviews. In the Vibe interview, he said that he tried to reach for.
Nah, I'm gonna read this. This is my last interview. If I get killed, I want people to have the real story. Tupac Shakur, Jailhouse, exclusive though. Damn, I want to get that magazine though. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, motherfucker with $2 like $2.50. Cheap ass shit.
The gun of the light-skinned guy. Tried to draw his arm around him to move the gun to the sides, but the guy shot and the gun twisted. That's when he got shot the first time. Felt it in the leg, but didn't know he was shot in his groin area. He immediately dropped to the floor and Pac thought about pretending to be dead. In the second version he told in '96, he refused the gunman's order and reached for one of his own guns, which was stashed in his waistband. He apparently had 2 guns with him that day.
I had two double Glocks on me. And when I pulled for my that's when I got shot.
The assailants yelled, "Gun!" and shot him immediately. A bullet hit him in the groin area and passed through the back of his thigh. Some sources suggest that he was shot there twice, along with 2 more shots to the head, which failed to pierce his skull, and 1 in his left hand. Some say Tupac was accidentally shot with his own gun when the attacker tried to grab it from him. There was no mention.
Do y'all believe Tupac shot himself? Or y'all believe they shot him? Y'all let me know in the comments. Do y'all believe Tupac shot himself? Or they shot him? So I don't know nobody gonna shoot. I don't know. I'm gonna get damn we unimpressed. I ain't gonna shoot myself now. You know what I mean? I don't know about that one, twin. Word.
Of that scenario, however, in the police reports, as his brother-in-law hid the gun later somewhere where the cops couldn't find it. Stretch told Vibe magazine that Tupac had a gun on him that night, and that he was accidentally shot with his own gun. Tupac got shot trying to go for his ish. He tried to go for his gun, and he made a mistake on his own. He tried to turn around and pull the joint out real quick, but people caught him, grabbed his hand when it was by his waist, and that's when the shot rang, hitting Tupac in the groin area. I only heard one shot. I didn't hear 4, 5, 6 shots, and he was saying that he got shot 3, 4 times. None of us remember hearing 4 or 5 shots. When the shot went off, that's when we went down. Pac's brother-in-law Zayd, however, told a whole different story, which is kinda similar to what Pac said in '96. He had his back turned towards those assailants, cause they were grabbing, turning and searching him. He then tried to shoot them by doing a move he had practiced at home, in which he basically spins around while drawing the gun as fast as possible and shooting before anyone can react. Freed himself after the light-skinned guy held his...
No, he no, absolutely. No, hell no, absolutely not. Y'all don't believe you did it. Everything don't go. Said everything don't go as planned. Stretch was a snitch too. Yeah, he was. But do y'all think Stretch was in on this shit right here before you even get there? Do y'all think that like Stretch was, you know what I mean? Cause that shit, I don't know, better.
His arm, but now had his back turned towards the assailants, who then told him to turn around. That's when he tried to pull the gun while doing a 180-degree spin. The assailants screamed "gun" and shot him in the head twice and once in his hand. Zayd heard Tupac's boots clack together. He tripped, couldn't even pull the gun out from his waist, and shot himself in the groin area in the heat of the moment. The gun was stuck and he tripped trying to surprise them. Landed on the floor with multiple bullet wounds. He shot himself in the groin area, and the same bullet not only went through the back of his right leg, but also hit Freddie Moore, aka Nichols, in the abdomen. Freddie was already on the ground, according to Zayd, so this version of the story makes a lot more sense to me. Plus, Nichols getting shot in the abdomen with the same bullet that went through Tupac's groin area and the back of his leg is physically impossible if everybody was standing like Stretch said. Cause in order for a bullet to go through somebody's testicle and then the back of the leg, the gun would...
I love y'all voices, I gotta stop. I have 3-1. Okay. So many series, okay. How long were you more? I just listened to that the other day, but that shit good. All 3 are tired. My number 1 favorite. Yeah, shout out to you.
have to be held downwards.
Thank you for telling
so
me.
How is the bullet supposed to travel back up to someone else's abdomen while that person is standing? Cause Stretch said the assailant grabbed Tupac's gun and they more or less fought for it, trying to press it in each other's direction. The assailant was physically stronger than Pac and had managed to turn it against him, pointing the gun to his groin area, at least according to Stretch. And they were all standing. So as you can see, Stretch's story is inconsistent. Nobody present told the full truth. Some left out important.
Like the Tupac shit, and y'all, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know the story and shit. So which one of them is King Tut? Cause I've been trying to figure that out. Lay it 20 minutes. Cause you know what I'm saying? The main one supposed to be like King Tut. Cause he keeps saying Dexter or Spunk, but he ain't say nothing about like King Tut. I know one dude named King Tut. The Tupac Tupac brother or Tupac cousin said he wasn't the shooter or some shit. He forgave him some shit like that. He's interviewing shit.
Details and others added things that most likely never happened, as nobody wants to look bad in the end. Pac himself changed the story later on. So you have to take everything with a grain of salt, cause all the reports and stories are contradicting each other. Stretch then said that Pac's head was already bleeding by the time he hit the floor, after getting shot in the groin area. Which doesn't make sense either if he was only shot once and never hit in the head. He tried to turn around and pull the joint out real quick, but people caught him, grabbed his hand when it was by his waist. When Pac was on the floor, his head was bleeding, and his eyes were closed. Your man gets dropped and he falls.
I would've did some John Wick shit, I'm gonna show you how I would did that motherfucker. Let me show you how I would did this motherfucker real quick, man. See, this was Pac shit, did. He pulled out, you know what I'm saying? He pulled out like this. Hold on, can y'all see? Damn, can't see me. Hold on, go back this way. God damn it. Yo, so he pulled out this way. He should did some John Wick shit, did like this, with the arm. You know what I'm saying? Pull that motherfucker out like this. Don't even turn around, did. Shot him in the back. It probably would've worked. You probably missed though. I don't know. Dude that stood by the door, I think, though, not concerned. I think he took the dude, nigga by the door. I thought they were, Derek Isaac. He said they were Derek Isaac. Cause he said, didn't they say, Derek Isaac was trying to, cause his two followers wanna, show them they can get down. See, I'm confused, bro. God damn, I'm confused.
Right next to you. That ish bugs you the F out. Zayd said Pac immediately fell to the ground after getting hit in the head twice, and at least once in the groin area. So that's where the blood on his head could have came from. They didn't start beating on him until he was laying on the ground. So there's just no way that he could have bled from the head if he didn't get hit there. Zayd said that the assailants were moving like they were militarily organized, fully trained, knowing what to do, and how to move professionally and efficiently. Another man who told a similar story to Stretch is lead detective Greg Kading. But he wasn't present during the shooting. Maybe he got his information from Stretch himself. He said that Pac was not shot in the head. Most people believe that he was pistol whipped and suffered from severe lacerations. He quote-unquote would have been dead right there and then if he had been shot in the head. He was pistol whipped over the head. When he tried to pull out his own pistol out of his waistband in the heat of the moment, he shoots himself, and that bullet goes through his leg, through his groin. He shoots himself. And then of course his hand is lacerated because he's grabbing the gun. He doesn't have proper grip on it, which is one of the reasons why it accidentally discharged. And then the slide came back and sliced his finger in the web of his thumb. So the idea that he was shot 5 times, that's just an urban legend.
They try to jukes him. Pac gets nervous and shoots himself shoots himself. He didn't get shot. Sees, am I lying? Did he panic, pull the gun out, and shoot himself? Sees, yes.
I'm trying to see what people say in their lie. He needs to come back from his vacation.
Or no? Damn. Cheddar Bob.
Cheddar Bob.
Came in there, popped himself in the leg. Popped himself first. That's what happened.
I saw his wounds heal, bro.
Okay.
I saw him heal from that. And the trajectory of the bullet wound, it's no way you could do that. You would have to turn the gun around like this
so
and
it wasn't,
pop yourself.
It wasn't down.
It was in.
Aha. So all that's a lie.
It's a lie. It's hearsay.
Lead detective.
Thank you. Shout out to the Outlaws, bro. You know Outlaw. Shout out to Outlaw. You know what I'm saying? Last stream, what? Was it 2 streams ago? Oh, we did Outlaw versus Thug Life, the original members. Y'all can go check that stream out. I didn't know who the original Thug Life member was. I went and found out. You know what I'm saying? I like them too.
Detective Greg Kading claims that Tupac tried to make himself look like a badass by making it seem like he can eat multiple bullets. But again, we have eyewitnesses, police reports, and statements made by doctors that all disprove what Kading said. The doctors even confirmed that he was indeed shot at least 4 times. The 2 bullets grazing his head didn't pierce the skull.
So what the fuck his name Flunk? Where the fuck his name is? See, you did lie all about that shit. See, these motherfuckers. New York. The Haitian Jack dude. That motherfucker sent the word out. Nobody in New York, but y'all better hate Tupac. I'm convinced at this point. Even to this day, bro. You interview any fucking like New York rapper. Only one who probably keep it real is Nas. I'll say New York. The only one probably keep it real is Nas. No, not no damn Busta Rhymes. Busta Rhymes swore he was friends with Tupac. Y'all were friends, but you sided with Biggie. You know what I'm saying? Fat Joe too. You know what I'm saying? What's up, brother? How you doing? Appreciate you coming through.
The third bullet hole the doctors found was in the hand, and the other two in the groin area and leg. Stretch, on the other hand, said that he only heard one shot, which infuriated Tupac as people started to accuse him of over-exaggerating the incident to develop his status as a hardman. According to his brother-in-law Zayd, Pac indeed shot himself, but was hit multiple times by the assailants first, the moment he reached for his gun. The police report also stated that he had been shot 5 times. So, as you can see, there are numerous sources claiming different things that all contradict each other. Was he shot once? Did he shoot himself? Did he get shot 5 times? 4 times? There are still hundreds of open questions surrounding this incident.
Oh, I didn't get shot 5 times in their vision. I only got shot once because they found the bullet. They found the bullet. Oh, you found the bullet, huh? So what is this other shit in me then? What was the doctors talking about? What? Can you explain these other holes in me? How'd I get gunpowder all over me?
Man.
Freddie Moore, Stretch, and Dexter Isaac all said that there was only one shot, and that it came from Pac. Tupac went on and told everybody that he was shot 5 times at close range, which was an outright lie. If we had shot him 5 times, he would have been dead. And then we would have had to shoot and kill the dudes that were with him too. Why would we shoot him 5 times if we weren't trying to kill him? If we had shot him 5 times, we would not have left any witnesses. Our mission was not to kill Pac that night. We were sent to teach him a lesson for disrespecting Jimmy. And that's all we did. All that crazy ish he told everybody about getting shot 5 times was just acting. People forget the brother was an actor. He should have got...
I'm not talking for that shit. They got Keefe D in. Yeah, come on, Judge. We need you goddamn, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got Keefe D. Come on. Let's go ahead and go get these boys. I know they got life in prison. Come on, add some more time to them. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's how I feel. You know what I mean? Wrong or right, my boy. I believe my boy. You know what I'm saying? I believe Tupac said it. What he say, I'ma stand on it. Say I'ma stand on it. Wrong or right.
An Academy Award for his skills.
I believe Tupac.
According to Dexter Isaac, Pac tried to reach for his gun he had tucked in his waist. JD grabbed his hand and they both struggled for control. Pac's gun goes off before he can pull it free from his waist. Dexter then heard the shot and crept around the corner to see what's up. Everything is cool, Spunk said. We got this ish under control. So Pac gets shot and immediately falls to the ground. Then the assailants start kicking him. I never said don't shoot. I was quiet as hell. They were snatching my ish off me while I was laying on the floor. I had my eyes closed, but I was shaking because the situation had me shaking. According to Stretch, the light-skinned guy was calling Tupac names while beating him. Calling him a B-A-N-word, for example. Again, with light-skinned guy, Pac meant JD, who was actually the one who did most of the damage to Pac, pistol whipping and stomping him for reaching for his gun. And then I felt something on the back of my head, something strong. I thought they stomped me, or pistol whipped me, and they...
I need to know his real fucking name, because that shit gonna hurt the fuck out of me. I ain't gonna lie. That shit gonna hurt the fuck out. Who the fuck is JD? Because I'm trying to figure that motherfucker out. Not Jermaine Dupri. Who the fuck? Say Ray J. Nobody don't want to tell me, bitch. I'm gonna go to Google. That shit about to hurt the fuck out of me, bro. He keeps saying JD, like, bro, who the fuck is JD? Excuse my his fucking real name, bro. JD is likely referred to Jimmy. What's his real name? Oh, referred to Johnny J. So who a Mexican American producer over 50. This motherfucker pulled up what you call it? Johnny. I know you fucking lying. Oh my god. Never mind, Goo. Never mind. You ain't worth the fuck today.
They were stomping my head against the concrete. I saw white. Just white.
Yeah, I look for King
I didn't
Tutsi.
hear nothing. I didn't feel nothing. And I said I'm unconscious. But I was conscious. And then I felt it again. And I could hear things now. I could see things.
Which one he is?
And they were bringing me back to consciousness. Then they did it again and I couldn't hear nothing. And I couldn't see nothing. It was just all white. And then they hit me again. And I could hear things. And could see things. And knew I was conscious again.
At any point, did you think that you were going to die after being shot 5 times?
No, I didn't. Immediately, I was like, God, man, I know how it's gonna be when I die. It's gonna be no noise. You're gonna hear people screaming. I'm gonna fade out.
They apparently beat
You can tell he meant that shit too. Look, you can tell by his face he meant that shit. Look at his face when he said that shit. Hold on.
and they were bringing me back to consciousness.
I didn't mean go back that bad.
Immediately, I was like, God, man, I know how it's gonna be when I die. It's gonna be no noise. You're gonna hear people screaming.
Look how he looking though. It's like he knew, he already knew it was coming. He was at peace with the shit, like, you know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna fade out.
They apparently beat him up pretty badly,
like this too, bro.
even after he was lying on the ground defeated with multiple bullet wounds. Kicked him in his chest, pistol whipped him, ripped off his jewelry, possibly shot him again. Multiple kicks against the chest. The men also snatched jewelry from Pac's manager Freddie Moore.
But we are gonna watch the All Eyes on Me. I think I'm watching Tuesday. I'm watching for the first time. I never watched it before. This gonna be my first time. We're gonna see what they lying. See parts they lying. We're gonna see what telling the truth. It's gonna be my first time watching it. You know what I'm saying? Cause when it came out, like I told Chat in pad, when it first came out, they said they had a little talking about Tupac got, you know what I'm saying? R in prison. You know what I'm saying? I can't say it on YouTube, but he got R in prison. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't want to watch that shit. Cause I already knew this shit was a lie. I was like, hell, I ain't about to watch no Eyes on Me. They gonna do all that shit. You know how they be making like fake shit in the movies and shit. But then Monday we watching Above the Rim. We gonna watch it on YouTube together.
Who was holding his stomach as they continued holding guns on the others.
So make sure
that's when Lil C's and Nino Brown from Junior Mafia reached the ground floor with the elevator.
Nino heard the shots before we got downstairs. When the door opened, the first person I seen was Stretch. He was tall, because Stretch is like 6 feet.
When we came out the elevator, there was a nigga on the side. He pulled the burner, looked at us, told us, get the back in the elevator.
And when I was about to walk out, 2 dudes came from both sides, get the back in the elevator.
They wanted to greet Pac and welcome him. But instead, they were welcomed by 2 guns to their faces as soon as they tried to step out the elevator. The 2 people pointing guns at them were Spunk and Dexter Isaac, who came around the corner to check if everything is going according to plan. Dexter Isaac then barked at them. Get the F back inside and go upstairs. Lil C started to panic and fear for his life. Both put their hands up, but Cease was also trying to close the doors of the elevator. He was so scared that he kept pressing the door open button, without even realizing it. Dexter Isaac said, and I quote, "His eyes got big as a crackhead's who just finished taking a hit." They were held at gunpoint until the door started closing. And once the elevator started to go back up again, they continued beating on Pac. Spunk then screamed at Dexter, "Go and start the van, we'll be right behind you." While leaving the building, Dexter saw JD stripping Pac off all his jewelry. He was the only person that got beaten up. Didn't even realize that he had been shot more than once. Didn't notice that he was bleeding from his head the whole time. only felt his stomach hurting. Big Stretch was apparently unharmed, didn't get shot or beaten up. The robbers took Tupac's $30,000 worth diamond ring, a gold ring, gold bracelet, and $10,000 in gold chains. Freddie Moore also had $5,000 worth of jewelry stolen, which consisted of a gold bracelet and several gold chains. There were 2 diamond rings, 1 diamond necklace with diamonds between each link, 3 bracelets, one looking like a handcuff made out of gold, with diamonds all over it, another bracelet that looks like a bicycle chain but was made out of solid gold, and there was another bracelet with a couple of gold charms on it. We failed to get the gold cross with the chain because it fell to the floor when JD snatched it from Pac's neck. What they didn't steal was Tupac's $20,000 Rolex that Haitian Jack had gifted him at the movie set of Above the Rim back in 1993. The robbers didn't take it even though it was one of the most expensive items Pac owned. They knew about Jack giving him that watch, so they left it on purpose to send Pac a message, so that he understands why he got robbed. The message was, don't mess with Haitian Jack. Jack was the reason why Tupac cared so much about jewelry and gold. He took him to a shop called Tito's Jewelry on 47th Street where Tupac would buy all his chains, bracelets and rings. He got himself the same ones that Jack had. He wouldn't go to that shop without Jack.
That damn Tito, wherever that jewelry store is, I know that motherfucking booming right now. I bet he got a picture of goddamn Tupac in a goddamn corner somewhere. Yeah, soon comes to me. Yeah, Tupac bought jewelry for me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I got it later. You know what I'm saying? High quality. Know that motherfucker booming.
Who told Jimmy Henchman and the robbers about every piece he bought and how much each item was worth. The robbers also knew how much the Rolex was worth. No robber would leave back a $20,000 Rolex, but that's how much the assailants respected Jack. The main goal was to teach Pac a lesson and make him understand why these things were done to him. Haitian Jack, Jimmy Henchman, Dexter Isaac, Spunk and JD all knew each other. The information Haitian Jack gave Jimmy Henchman and the 3 assailants was one of the main reasons why the robbery took place. Cause you wouldn't rob someone if there's nothing for you to take away. And Haitian Jack knew the prices to all the jewelry Tupac had on. The fact that they didn't steal the Rolex more or less confirmed that they knew about his relationship to Haitian Jack, cause else they would have just stolen it too. Zayd and Stretch didn't have much on them, so they weren't robbed like Pac and Freddie Moore did. Zayd only had a few bucks on him, and Stretch lost a skinny gold bracelet with the name Stretch written on it. Dexter Isaac later took it to the LB Square Mall in downtown Brooklyn and had a jeweler there change the name to Spunk and gave it to him as a present. After they were done collecting all the items, the 3 assailants stepped out the lobby, still pointing their guns at the 4, and went outside backwards so they could continue watching them. Then they simply walked out the door and disappeared into the night. The 3 men fled on foot according to the Washington Post. According to Dexter Isaac, they fled with his van. We took off down the street behind Paulie. Put the guns and the jewelry in the stash box just in case the cops pull us over, he told Spunk, who was sitting right next to him while he was driving. JD was sitting in the back, and Paulie, who was waiting for them in his Lexus, was in front of them, while they were heading straight over to the FDR Drive highway on the east side of the city. They took that to the Brooklyn Bridge and then drove back to Dexter Isaac's crack house in South Oxford. This guy called Paulie, who was the middleman between Dexter and Jimmy Henchman, who told them about the jewelry and drove them to the Quad Studios, could have been Haitian Jack all along, but Dexter denied his involvement. Jack, on the other hand, later said that he got a call 30 seconds after the robbery from one of the robbers. He also denied being involved in it. When he received the call, he allegedly hung up after hearing that it went bad, while saying that Dexter got the wrong number.
I got the call within 30 seconds after it happened. He said, listen, man, I got it, homie, and it went all bad. And I said, wrong number, and hung up.
But why would he get a call if he wasn't involved? I mean, Jack said he told him not to do anything to him. Yeah. Dexter never mentioned this call. Only person he spoke to after the robbery was Paulie, who was driving the car in front of them while they were escaping. It makes sense for him to call Paulie, cause he was the middleman, the contact person who made him do the robbery, the one who was waiting for them in front of the Quad Studios to get their job done, the one who was expecting to hear how it went. So that person should have gotten that call within 30 seconds, not a man who, quote-unquote, had nothing to do with it.
They said, I got that dude. When remember I told everybody not to get at him.
Somebody got at him.
They got at him.
Who was the person who called you?
You keep goddamn. You was not playing Law and Order. What is you doing? He had like this I ain't gonna lie, this is a serious moment, but he just act like he made ever since he turned cop, boy. Play the cop, but he can't get out of character. Look at watch how you look at old girl. We gotta go back. Hold up. You better look at
I don't know.
Paulie is the only person whose real name, quote-unquote, had nothing to do with it.
They said, I got that dude. When remember I told everybody not to get at him.
Somebody got at him.
They got at him.
Somebody got at him. like it was a key clue. Somebody got at him. This nigga been, ooh boy, you been playing this shit about 30 years, boy. He about to pick me out. He low key about to pick me out though, cause he supposed to be cool with Tupac too. You know what I'm saying? He about to really pick me out though. Don't she like the good? What's the lady from Law and Order Special Unit? You know, y'all know what I mean. She look just like a younger version of her.
Who was the person who called you to tell you?
Show? Cap.
I don't know.
Paulie is the only person whose real name he's trying to hide. Dexter also said that Paulie was making phone calls during the escape, calling Jimmy Henchman. So there were phone calls happening in both cars. It wouldn't surprise me if Paulie was actually Haitian Jack, cause only Jack knew about how much each item was worth. And I don't see why he would educate this guy named Paulie about every single piece out of nowhere and give him a detailed description, even though he doesn't want to have anything to do with the robbery. What's also suspicious is the fact that Dexter Isaac
he had something to do it. He just know how to talk, you know what I'm saying? So he won't get caught up, you know what I'm saying? He was about all this shit. He just like, I know how to talk. You know what I'm saying? So the folk won't come get me.
That Paulie is Jamaican. He tried to hide his identity, but thought it was necessary to mention his strong Jamaican accent. Haitian Jack, according to Tupac, had a strong Haitian accent. That's why they called him Haitian Jack. He was known for it. So maybe Dexter added that detail about his accent to make everyone believe that it wasn't Jack, because he mentioned that Paulie is trying to keep his name clean. Just like Jack, who always knew every single detail about the robbery while having contact to the assailants and giving them the necessary information to get it done. But he still claims to be innocent. Also interesting how both of them have each other's phone numbers. Again, we don't know if Paulie, the guy who drove the three assailants to the Quad Studios and told them about the prices of Pac's jewelry, is actually Jack, cause Jack ran by many names. Jack, Jock, Nigel, Bullerman, Trevor, the list goes on and on. I mean, the first person they called after the robbery, according to himself, was Haitian Jack, not Jimmy Henchman, the guy who actually ordered and paid them to discipline him. Haitian Jack and Dexter Isaac both admitted that Jimmy Henchman actually set it up. Without Jimmy, the shooters wouldn't have known about Tupac wanting to record a song in that building. Pac wouldn't have gone there without the call from Jimmy Henchman a few hours before the shooting. He was also taking too long. Lil Sean said they waited for hours. Many curious aspects of this attack include a gunman waiting in the studio for Pac, the items left behind, and the police presence. Someone had let one of the gunmen into the locked Quad Studios. You couldn't just enter the building without someone from the inside buzzing you in. There was a camera at the entrance pointing at the door by the time of the shooting. Buzzers upstairs give personnel on any floor the ability to let people into the lobby. The camera is pointed at the door, so they can see who's there. Then they're buzzed in. Spunk, the guy reading the newspaper, was already inside.
Then they ain't got no mask on. Like, this shit don't make no sense to me. What kind of camera was it? It must be an invisible camera. Y'all didn't get the face or nothing. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all. I know you motherfucking lying. You said crazy info you putting out there. Pac Big Pop never knew none of this. You say you never knew none of this? That's why I keep going. That's why I always keep going back over the same stuff, because it be certain like little key parts I be missing out on, or I might forget. You know what I'm saying? I always like to go back, and then I always get new people in the live, so I like to go back. You know what I'm saying? For people who ain't seen the information, so they can get, you know what I'm saying, things of that nature. But like, the camera didn't get, like, I don't understand how they didn't get charged. Like, bro, the camera was right in front of the door. Y'all didn't see, y'all could have got all three of them. Four identify all of them. Ain't no way the Armor T only gonna do so much. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That news was an integral piece of the investigation.
Then it got light right here. Like, what was the camera at? I didn't know what the camera was. They might have had a head down. They came in. I don't know.
Because it meant that whoever had shot Tupac had been buzzed in by someone inside. An employee later said that the police did not confiscate videotape from the studio's surveillance cameras. Instead, the investigation was abruptly halted and the case closed. With
goddamn dirty cops. God damn. Shit. How the fuck the case is closed? And it's a... Man, that's some crazy shit. He must have super cool. He did that shit. That shit might piss me off, man. Cause it's the same thing in Las Vegas too. Oh yeah, this shit, yeah. This shit deep. This shit.
Dozens of artists from Madonna to the Rolling Stones recording hit records at the Quad Studios. It had tight security with a video camera surveillance of the locked doors, allowing only the artists recording in the studio to buzz someone in. Someone had to knowingly admit the gunman into the lobby, whether they were aware of his intentions or not. Now we know that it was Jimmy Henchman who had buzzed one of the gunmen in. The other two were waiting outside for Tupac's arrival. When the assailants were gone, Pac was still holding his stomach as he was hurt really badly. Stretch looked over to him and Pac started to open his eyes again. His brother and
shit, they need to bring their ass down south. Cause these police down here be doing their job and shit. They be getting on my nerves. They need to bring them. What they got up there? Bring them up there, so you know what I'm saying. A lot of brothers and sisters get free. You know what I'm saying. Guilty to prove what is that? Guilty to prove innocent. Or innocent? Nah, hold on. Innocent to prove guilty. You know what I'm saying. Goddamn, I know one thing. I ain't doing nothing in New York or Las Vegas or LA. I ain't doing nothing over there. I ain't doing nothing, but you going down over there, boy.
Zayd turned him over and said, "Yo, are you alright?" And Pac responded, "Yes, I'm hit. Fred then said that he got hit as well. There are different accounts of what happened next. According to Pac, he stood up, went to the door, and immediately saw a police car sitting there, meaning the police most likely saw the assailants run, but they didn't chase them. Pac then said, "Uh-oh, the police are coming," and I didn't even go upstairs yet. And then they jumped in the elevator and went upstairs, without actually spending too much time outside. According to the police report, however, the four, with Tupac stumbling and bleeding from his wounds, stepped outside the small lobby and yelled, "Police!" As they walked back inside, they saw an NYPD squad car pull up. So they were the ones calling the police, according to the reports. Pac, however, made it seem like they were trying to get away from them. The elevator door in the lobby opened, Tupac got in, Zayd and Stretch followed him. Freddie, who was bleeding from his gunshot wounds, tried chasing the three assailants onto 7th Avenue before collapsing in front of a strip club. He then waited for the police to come. That's what the report says. According to Stretch, they all went outside at first, and it was Tupac who started screaming for the police. They saw a cop car outside rolling up real slow, but Zayd just got one of Tupac's guns, so they ran back inside and got in the elevator to go upstairs, to hide the gun from the police. Fred stayed down there in front of the building cause he was hit. Zayd, on the other hand, told a whole different story. He said Pac had two guns on him. gave one of them to Zaid shortly after standing up, and they ran outside to find and pursue the assailants. Zaid cocked the gun and walked out the door. He saw a squad car sitting right in front of the studio, and then he stopped. The policeman looked at him and smiled.
I think Snoop Dogg had involvement in that. I know Reggie said because he wanted everything that Suge had and Dave Kennedy about it because Reggie. Ooh, hold on, twin. I ain't get to that part, twin. Oh shit, I ain't seen Reggie like interviews. Reggie, why he wanted everything Suge had. Oh Lord. Oh, y'all getting deep. Oh, tell me. Yeah, I like information like that, bro. I appreciate that, cause they, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we gonna have to dig deep in that. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate you telling me that, twin.
Zaid wonders how they could have missed the assailants who just ran out the studio. He then saw a woman outside standing in front of a club next door, and he went to ask her if she had seen the robbers. She said, "I don't know nothing." Zaid said, "I didn't ask you that," and asked again. And she once again said, "I don't know nothing," instead of saying yes or no on whether she had seen them or not. She then panicked when Zaid started screaming. He then realized that he was wasting his time with her, and got around the corner to look for the assailants. The blocks in Manhattan are very long, so he tried to look in every direction, to see if they're running down the streets. He then saw Pac arguing with the same lady he just spoke to, and she's saying the same thing she told Zaid. "I don't know nothing." They looked all around Times Square to find them, went through every street to see if there's any person that fits the description. Pac then screamed, "They're right there," and pointed towards the streets. Zaid started aiming the gun, asking, "Where?" And Pac again screamed, "Right there," but Zaid didn't see them. Then he realized that Pac was pointing at the police. Zaid said, "F 'em, mother effers. They smiled at me when I came through the door." Pac then apparently understood that it was a setup. He didn't call the police, according to Zaid, because Stretcher and the police were saying that it was indeed Pac who had called them. They then stormed back in. I don't know how accurate this part of Zaid's story is. He said they went after the shooters and searched everywhere on every street, but that would take them a lot of time. The police reports Stretch and Pac.
I ain't gonna lie. A lot of people say Tupac ain't no thug, but him goddamn, you know, say everybody else, all his friends folded. He ain't fold with them robbers. Like he went down with the fight. Now we gonna get my boy flowers right there. I just stop saying my boy went about this shit.
Give me a hell yeah.
Cause ain't nobody gonna really shit. Go ahead, take my shit. Go ahead, take me to it. shit. Like where ain't nobody in there. Like you gotta really like people really like an average person is not gonna fucking fight back, bro. Especially when the motherfuckers come behind you with a gun, like bro. If they ain't no, that's not no thugism. I don't know what it is. I don't know the word thugism no more, cause y'all gotta give my boy credit for that, bro. They don't want to give my boy credit for that. They just think.
Pac said they went back in after seeing the cops. The bad boy cam said that Big immediately went downstairs to come help Pac. After Lil C saw the robbery and told Big about it on the 10th floor. How long did it take Big to come downstairs with the elevator? By the time Biggie got there, the cops had already locked down the building. So Biggie either came down 10 to 20 minutes after getting notified by Lil C's, or Zaid's story is exaggerated or made up. Because the elevator ride did not take 10 to 20 minutes, and the cops in front of the building did not just sit there and wait until Pac and his homies were done looking for the assailants in Times Square with guns in their hands. One of them bleeding from the head, hands, leg and groin area. Pac getting up, seeing the cops and then rushing into the elevator had to have taken place in a much shorter time frame.
They say Biggie didn't want to get involved with Haitian Jack then, so he came down with his guns. He still wouldn't have did that. He was seeing them folk. He was like, yo, okay, they with Haitian Jack and them. He wouldn't did shit. No.
And then how Zaid described it. Right. We're talking about 2 to 5 minutes max. It does not take you 20 minutes to come down with an elevator. Cause Lil C said Biggie rushed down and tried to get there as fast as possible. I doubt that Lil C's would lie about this. Pac, Stretch and the police report didn't even mention this chase. Only person mentioned in that report who chased after them was Freddie Moore Nichols, who decided to stay outside while Pac and the other two went upstairs. Nichols was found by the police in front of a strip club, collapsed and lying on the ground because of his wound. Maybe the chase only lasted a couple of minutes, meaning they only looked in all directions, asked somebody and went back in. But it's very unlikely that they did a thorough search on all streets of Times Square like Zaid said they did. The cops would have stopped and questioned them if they were really sitting there the whole time like Zaid said. Definitely wouldn't have let them go back upstairs with guns in their hands if they were really there the whole time. Cause Zaid said he intimidated the cops so that they don't step outside that car. Pac was shot in the groin area. He was limping and bleeding heavily. I can't imagine them chasing anybody. According to Zaid, Pac told the group to go up to the 8th floor, but the entrance door was once again locked, so they had to get buzzed in again. When they got in the elevator, Zaid saw the bullet wounds on Pac's head. He said the bullets went under his skin but above the skull. Zaid told him that he got shot in the head, and Pac said, "Come on Zaid, don't effing break up on me." He was limping the whole time and apparently didn't feel no pain as his body felt numb. Pac, Zaid and Stretch were taken upstairs to the 8th floor where Lil Sean was waiting. Right in front of the elevator there was Puffy at the reception along with Jimmy Henchman and Andre Harrell. Zaid said that Puffy was standing with his back to the door and that he put his gun to the back of Puffy's head, who then screamed, "Whoa!" while putting his hands up. Zaid apparently made everybody in that building put their hands up on the wall. This part of the story is completely different from what Pac and everyone else present on that floor told. Nobody mentioned Zaid point a gun at them. Pac said he looked around and got scared, because he saw like 40 people there with jewels on, more jewels than him, but he was the only one that got robbed. He immediately saw Andre Harrell, Puffy and Jimmy Henchman. And he also mentioned Biggie, but Pac was really the only one saying that Biggie was there with him on the 8th floor. Zaid, Stretch and Lil Sean didn't mention him. Everyone else said he came downstairs to the lobby where Pac got shot and had to stay there because of the cops, but they said that Biggie saw him afterwards when he came off the elevator, when they were about to put him in the ambulance. So maybe that's what Pac meant. Trackmasters were there too. And
another thing, who the fuck told him to play Biggie? Like he didn't. He don't look nothing like damn Biggie.
Entire Uptown steps.
Yo, when I walked upstairs, Sway, on everything I love, niggas looked at me like this. I walked out the elevator, because I walked out the elevator, I didn't know I was shot in my head or nothing. I wasn't, they said in the vibe interview, I was acting like I was in a movie. What they really trying to say is this is wrong. I got shot 5 times, came upstairs, did not know I had got shot 5 times. I thought I only got shot once.
According to Harrell, everybody was excited about Tupac coming in, but they were starting to get antsy because he was supposed to get there at a certain time. And they wanted to see how the song with Lil Sean was going to set off. Sean, on the other hand, said that they weren't there for him, cause he had just signed to the label and wasn't that big of an artist. To this day, he has no clue why everyone was there, because usually when he records, nobody's there for him, especially not the bosses, Jimmy Henchman, Andre Harrell and Puffy. Andre Harrell especially, he only showed up for platinum artists. They were all rolling dice and drinking, partying. They were there for hours. Sean didn't even want to be there, didn't like the beat that Bryce Wilson produced, and wasn't feeling the overall concept. Didn't even want to do a song with Pac, but they were using him and didn't let him leave. Cause usually Lil Sean writes his lyrics before hearing the beat, then goes to the studio, records it and leaves as fast as possible. Cause booking these studio rooms of course costs a lot of money, and he didn't want to waste his budget. They not only booked the studio room for him, but they also made him stay, so that he had to pay more for that studio session, which of course pissed him off. Sean said that they were in there for hours, as if they're waiting for something. He also said that they heard the news of Pac getting shot before the group came upstairs with the elevator, so they were already informed. Harrell said that when the doors opened, Pac immediately saw Jimmy Henchman in the reception area and allegedly yelled, "Call the police." even though he'd seen the squad car downstairs. Pac himself said that Jimmy Henchman looked like he was surprised to see him, even though he had just beeped the buzzer and said he was coming upstairs. The studio night manager Ross then called 911. Zayd said that Pac came out the elevator limping and bleeding from the head, while screaming, "Yo, where's my effing money? Where's my effing money?" Cause he apparently felt like him getting ambushed downstairs justifies him asking for money without giving them back anything in return except guns to their faces. He of course didn't want to record the song anymore in the state he was currently in, and he still needed the money urgently. Around the same time, Biggie and Chico arrived downstairs at the lobby, after Lil C's and Nino Brown rushed back into the penthouse on the 10th floor and told them what they'd just seen. Biggie and Chico had no idea any of this was happening.
That's what we need to know right now. Who is the producer to the right of Biggie right there? I mean, to the left of Biggie right there. We need him. Did Biggie take that long to come downstairs? We need him confirmed. I wish they would have said. I wish we need to know who that damn could be. Damn, we shot back there. Thick as hell back there. Damn. I'm back. Back what I was saying. We need to know who was mixing them out. We need him to come forward and tell them, did Biggie take that long to come downstairs, or they were just a lie?
First they thought C's was joking, but then he understood that he's being serious. So him and Chico told everybody to stay where they are and got into the elevator, just the two of them, to go downstairs to the lobby to see what's up, and if possible, defend Tupac from the assailants. But by the time Biggie got there, the cops had already locked down the building, and they were questioning people. They all got searched by the cops. Chico said that him and Big smelled the gunpowder, and then they saw Tupac's bandana on the ground and blood there. Big and Chico were both shocked. So Big was stuck in the lobby while Pac was upstairs on the 8th floor. Lil C's later went downstairs to the ground floor as well, because Big never came back upstairs. They waited for about 20 minutes and nobody was coming back up. C's didn't even know that Puffy was in the studio. So the remaining Junior Mafia members on the 10th floor.
Yeah, ain't no Tupac had a bodyguard. Talking about from Death Row? He had a bodyguard? Oh, I forgot he do got a bodyguard. Talking about the one with him and Suge, or before, like around this time? Now you gonna make me. God damn, y'all coming with some good shit today. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see right there. Who is Flex? Arizona? Oh, this the only one Pop is him. He the one left the damn gun. Bitch ass motherfucker. You talking about him, right? What's up, bro? How you doing, bro? Said Tupac is my favorite artist of all time. Bet mine too, bro. My number one. You said Death Row era? He was a sorry ass bodyguard. You suck. You didn't do nothing. Yeah, Biggie and them security, they had leave they guns and shit. They had leave they gun. Oh, I forgot what the nigga name. What's his name? Who told me that? They say he be lying. Is his name Green? Damn, I forgot his name. He's the ex-bodyguard for Diddy and them. He doing interviews too, yeah. He said they had leave their guns too, just like they had to. So I got one more question before we get back started. Do you think, like they, you know what I'm saying, they signed them contracts? Do you think they got like a death day on them, like a death day on there? Like you got an option, like you got an option. If you want to be this successful, this fast, you got this certain amount of days to live. You know what I'm saying? Cause that's what I be thinking. Like over the years, all these rappers and shit been dying. You know what I'm saying? Then they be talking about in their music. I be thinking them little contracts they be signing. They must got your success when you gonna be successful at this certain point, and for doing that, you gonna have to die on this damn date. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, that's what I be thinking. You say, yeah, Gene Deal, my bad. Appreciate that, bro. Cause at this point, that's what I be thinking. Like, y'all, cause you know what I'm saying.
all went downstairs and saw the police, which pulled people to the side, asked questions and got everybody's information. One by one, they called their media contacts to tell them that Tupac had been shot. TV crew and print media arrived in hordes. There were around 30 cars, police, detectives, EMS, ambulances, media. The police put out flares across 7th Avenue between 48th and 49th Street. According to Puffy's bodyguard Gene Deal, Puffy knew that Tupac was going to get dealt with at the Quad Studios. He spoke with Jimmy Hinchman, the man who ordered the robbery. Puffy was there to more or less spy on Biggie, who was writing the lyrics of all the Junior Mafia members, and Puff was entitled to the publishing. But the fact that he was actually hanging out with Jimmy Hinchman...
That's on, I like me. What's y'all, matter of fact, drop y'all favorite album down here, but my last track, they been put me on Machiavelli. I love Machiavelli now. I love Machiavelli. I gotta do the end time one too. I'm about to tell y'all the end of time. I forgot what he said in that damn song. I think it was at the end of the verse where he was talking about dying. But yeah, Me Against the World. Cause that's the first, when I started growing up, that's the first album I listened to. Then I didn't know he had so many albums. So I gotta still do Tupac Apocalypse now, and I still gotta do Thug Life. I gotta listen to them too. I wonder if I buy it on YouTube. If I buy that shit on YouTube, can I listen to it? That's what I need to find out. If I can buy that shit, I want to listen. I'm gonna buy for y'all. Just for y'all, I'm gonna buy all. If YouTube let me, I can buy all the albums, Tupac albums on here, and we'll go wherever y'all song is. We'll play that motherfucker. We'll react to that motherfucker. Lyrics and all. We turn up. You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to do.
The same place Tupac got lured into, knowing that Pac was about to get dealt with, and that a simple warning could have prevented this incident, disproves Puffy's claims of having nothing to do with the robbery and being innocent, as he was guilty by association and guilty for not intervening and taking action when help was needed. Cause this incident could have easily been prevented if Puffy had just told Pac about it. But we don't know where Gene Deal got his information from. Pac was not actually supposed to record the song with Lil Sean. I mean, Jimmy Hinchman didn't even care about that. The $7,000 they promised him was used as bait to get him in that building, so that he can get robbed. Puffy and Andre Harrell both knew about it, according to Pac, Puffy's bodyguard Gene Deal, and Dexter Isaac. But according to Zayd, Dexter Isaac was not one of the shooters, and the story he told in his confession is made up. Zayd said that none of the robbers were light-skinned. Dexter Isaac's height, skin complexion and accent doesn't match, according to Zayd. Zayd only saw two robbers, who according to Dexter Isaac were Spunk, the guy with the newspapers, and JD, the light-skinned guy waiting outside. Pac also only saw those two. Dexter Isaac is light-skinned as well, but he was standing guard by the door, so that's why they didn't see him. But the reason why the police reports mentioned 3 robbers was because of the statements made by one of the eyewitnesses, most likely Freddie Moore, who might have seen Dexter Isaac escape or threaten Lil C's at the elevator. Zayd, on the other hand, said that none of them were light-skinned. But if we go back to Tupac's Vibe interview from 1995, he confirmed that there was indeed a light-skinned man present in that incident. Pac said it himself. He was the one who came inside the building after him, and the one who was on Pac the whole time, directly standing in front of him during the robbery. He got told by the guy with the newspaper to shoot him. So the light-skinned guy was actually the one who took off Pac's jewelry. Zayd's story should be taken with a grain of salt, because he said a lot of things that don't add up or can easily be disproven by statements Tupac made.
Oh my God, bro.
Oh, hell no.
You need to kick just kick his ass out the goddamn family. Like, just kick his ass out the damn family.
Puffy's ex-bodyguard Gene Deal also added that Andre Harrell had already a beef with Pac, as he allegedly had disrespected him in a previous meeting, and also Jimmy Henchman on the phone. Neither Puffy nor Andre or Jimmy could stand him, according to Deal. Pac was there to get robbed because he owed Jimmy Henchman money. He refused to pay him, but Jimmy offered him to work it out by doing this song with Lil Sean, which he was supposed to do for free. But Tupac had all these cases mounting up and needed the money, so he charged him $7,000. Jimmy felt disrespected and wanted to teach him a lesson. He wasn't supposed to get shot, just beaten up and robbed. A lot of things were going through Tupac's head while he was upstairs on the 8th floor in front of those 40 people. He was confused, upset, and suspicious. Maybe the men in the studio knew who'd done it and weren't saying anything.
Study why I would be mad. Study why I would be mad when half of the major New York rappers, or they managers, or they agents, or they somebody was there when I got shot, and nobody could give me no information.
One of the reasons why he went upstairs was to see their reactions, see who's shocked and genuinely worried about him. He leaned against the glass doors on the 8th floor and looked at everyone while bleeding from his head. Andre Harrell didn't even think that he was shot at first. To him, it looked like he just had a fight. Pac and Lil Sean said that Andre Harrell was calm and relaxed the entire time, that he told people to call an ambulance. But most people who were there in that building, including Jimmy, were shocked to see Pac come out of that elevator. People tried to sit him down, but it's not clear who helped him, because nearly everybody who told their side of the story said that they were the ones that helped him to get to that couch. One source claimed that it was the studio manager Dave Rosner who actually set him down. The other said it was Lil Sean and Stretch. Another said it was Andre Harrell, Puffy. I mean, we had like 10 people.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. See, that's why I gotta go back and look at these, because I ain't even know all this shit. I skipped through all this. Like, who helping on the cap then? See, that's why I don't believe nobody but Pac. That's why you can't believe. Yeah, I believe in what Pac say, y'all. I'm gonna go with it.
People telling a different version of the same story, as if Pac had 10 arms and everybody grabbed one to help him.
They got different accounts of what happened, and I'm the one with the bullet wounds.
This either means that people are trying to make themselves look better and more important in their stories, or that Pac refused to sit down every time somebody tried to help him, or that he was getting up multiple times. Which is not unlikely, because in the Vibe interview he said, "Why do they want to make me sit down?" And then later he said that nobody even got up to help him, that they're only lying to make themselves look better, that they only stared at him as if they were surprised he was alive.
Nobody went to rush to the A because Wagner said the first thing he came up there and did was ask him for a cigarette.
It was just the total opposite. As soon as he came out, everybody ran towards him. It was nothing but love and concern.
No, Puff ain't no street nigga. He ain't no nigga like that, so he's sitting there scared to death.
Only person he mentioned that was trying to be helpful was Lil Sean. Why is Lil Sean crying and I got shot? Sean was quote unquote,
I know you fucking lying. Alright, check. Good news. They say I can buy the album, All Eyes on Me and Me Against the World are available for purchase, and you can stream through YouTube. All I gotta do is digital copies. How much the digital copy? I know that motherfucker high. I'm gonna do it for y'all though. Oh yeah, we gonna have stupid stream in, cause I'm gonna stop. Yeah, now for now, I'm about the album this week. For now, when I stream,
crying uncontrollably.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have Tupac playing in the background. You know what I'm saying, for y'all. Whoever come in here and request a song, I'm gonna have playing in the background while we talking. We listen to documentaries too. So, bet I just found that out today. Yo, it's gonna be lit. It's gonna be lit for now.
Oh my God, Pac, you've got to sit down. According to Lil Sean, Pac just came off the elevator saying yo, and that Stretch was helping him walk. Sean then came for support from the other side. So Stretch on one side, Sean on the other, helping him to walk over to the couch. But most people were saying that Pac was standing at first and refusing to sit down. Lil Sean was the only one who was showing emotion. Because of this, he believed Biggie and Puffy knew about the arranged shooting and either didn't let him know or set it up themselves. Andre Harrell said he was quote-unquote in movie mode at this point. Pac tried to sit down, but the wounds in his groin area opened and he screamed in pain while going back up. He couldn't sit properly due to the 2 bullet wounds in his groin area. Pac screamed, "Yo, what the F?" Zayd was in a different part of the studio when he heard Pac scream, and apparently thought that they were hurting him. He said he started threatening people with a gun, saying that he got a bullet for everybody if something happens to him. Then 2 of Biggie's homies tried to leave, and Zayd threatened them too, but then let them go. Pac used paper towels to try to stop the bleeding. The room was filled with New York hip-hop luminaries. They heard what happened to Pac and were there to check on him. At first, Pac didn't know that he was shot in the head. He didn't feel nothing, except in the groin area. The bullet that went through the scrotum caused massive bleeding, which Pac tried to stop by pressing on it, as it got worse minute by minute. He opened his pants and could see the gunpowder and the hole in his drawers. He didn't want to pull his drawers down completely to see if everything was still there. He just saw the hole and said, "Oh, ish, roll me some weed." Tupac reportedly had Big Stretch roll him a joint.
Me and my man, we try to sit him down. He called his mom. He asked my man if he could roll him a blunt. You know what I'm saying? He asked him if he's all right. He's like, yeah, I'm all right. I don't know what's going on.
I ain't gonna lie. You got shot and shit. You try to roll some weed. It's bad for your heart, twin. You know what I mean? Then you got tobacco too? Boy, mercy, Jesus.
No.
In the Vibe interview, he also said that he called his girlfriend to tell her that he got shot and that she shall call his mother. The night manager of the Quad Studio, Dave Rosner, on the other hand, said that Pac didn't actually make that call himself. Rosner was asked to make that call for him. "Call my mom, I've just been shot." This is in line with what Lil Sean said. He dialed her number, then dialed the number Pac gave him for his then girlfriend Keisha Morris, who would later become his wife. Tupac was becoming hysterical. "Nobody approached me. I noticed that nobody would look at me. Andre Harrell wouldn't look at me. I had been going to dinner with him the last few days. He invited me to the set of New York Undercover, telling me he was going to get me a job. Puffy was standing back too. I knew Puffy. He knew how much stuff I had done for Biggie before he came out."
We just there trying to comfort him. Andre Harrell wanted to make sure he was calling the ambulance. And I mean, everybody that was there was very supportive of him.
People then saw the blood on his head and started telling him, your head is bleeding." Pac began pacing back and forth, saying, "I was set up." Then he looked at Jimmy Henchman and said, "You're the only one who knew I was coming. You must have set me up." Jimmy Henchman was astonished and told him, "Yo, you bugging, Tupac? Come on, talk to me." But Tupac kept repeating, "Call the police." Then the night manager of the Quad Studios, Dave Rosner, informed Zayd and Pac that the cops are on their way up. They then put their guns down, according to Zayd, who then went to a studio room to talk to Stretch. After that, Stretch went in the direction Zayd came from, and Zayd locked the door with the gun on his waist. Scared that the cops might find it, he kicked everybody out of that room. Lil Sean then came out the vocal booth to the room where Zayd was in, and Zayd then aimed his gun at him to stop him. That's Zayd's side of the story. Lil Sean, on the other hand, said that he didn't even know that Zayd was strapped until he searched him, when Zayd was scared and nervous about the cops coming up. Sean also said that he was there when Pac got out the elevator, and he helped him walk to the couch. He wasn't in the vocal booth anymore when Pac arrived. So again, there are a lot of contradictions and inaccuracies in everybody's stories. Pac more or less confirmed Sean's side of the story, but added that he was in tears. According to Zayd, Sean was in the vocal booth the whole time. Zayd also said that he asked him what the hell is going on, and Sean allegedly replied, "Yo, I don't know what the hell these people are doing at my session. I don't know these people. You know what I mean? You know, my sessions don't be like that. I don't usually have all these people here. I was wondering what the F was going on." Both Sean and Zayd accused each other of being nervous and scared the whole time. Sean didn't mention that Zayd put a gun to his face. But then again, we don't know if Zayd's side of the story is accurate. Nobody mentioned him threatening anybody. According to Zayd, Sean was scared of him. Sean, on the other hand, said that he was the calm one, and that Zayd was scared. He even said that Pac's statements about him crying were false. The whole part of Zayd kicking people out of the room and pointing the gun at him didn't happen according to Sean, cause he was with Pac the whole time, until they carried him into the elevator. He said Zayd was leaning against the wall, not knowing what to do. When the police reached the 8th floor, Tupac again saw some familiar faces. 2 of the first 4 officers on the scene were William Kelly and Joseph Kelly. And quote-unquote seconds later, Officer Craig McKernan arrived, the man who had supervised the 2 Kellys in Tupac's arrest at the Parker Meridian Hotel and had just testified at the assault trial.
This nigga's
Like, the same officers came there too? And they probably the same officers got this shit dismissed and disappeared. Damn, this shit deep, Chet. I ain't gonna lie. Oh, we never had a family. Oh my God, that's good too, bro. Hell yeah. Fact, I like that one. But this motherfucker had the same cop that testified against Tupac. They came in. Yeah, this shit, yeah.
Hi, Officer McKernan. Tupac sputtered, lying naked in a pool of his own blood. Hey, Tupac, you hang in there. McKernan responded as an emergency medical service team secured a brace around Tupac's neck and strapped him to a board.
How you doing, bro?
Pac misheard him and thought he said, "What's up, Tupac? How's it hanging?" While having a half smile on his face, seeing the EMS team looking at his scrotum. He thought McKernan made a sarcastic joke about his nuts hanging after he was struck there by a bullet. Tupac was annoyed after that. When homicide detective Mordecai Jukensky arrived, he started questioning everyone, including Tupac, who was still there getting treated. Pac refused to cooperate with the police, even after numerous attempts to get him to speak. The paramedics then carried Pac through the 8th floor on a stretcher. He was nearly naked and very disoriented. The stretcher didn't fit into the...
I never liked you anyway, so especially Diddy, he should have pointed that. Out of all of them, he should have pointed Diddy and Jimmy and fuck that shit. Fuck the street code, bitch. Them two right there. Oh man, we still would love you, Pop. Shit, they would call you a little snitch. I don't give a damn. You made some you made dear mama and all that. You keep making bangs like that. Shit, I was gonna ride with you.
Elevator, so he had to be propped upright. Before the doors closed, Jimmy Henchman walked towards the elevator and said, "Yo, Pac, let me talk to you." And Pac responded, "What the F is going on?" right before the elevator doors closed. When he reached the ground floor and came out the elevator, he saw Chico and Biggie in the lobby. Chico was the one with Little C's on the balcony, who told him to get around the corner, and that Little C's would come get him. So he gave him a feel of safety before he entered the building. But after the shooting, he was confused and disoriented. So he was looking angry and accusing everybody. When he got past Biggie and Chico in the lobby, he put up his left middle finger and pointed at them, basically saying F you to Biggie and his crew.
Thank you for telling me that. You proved my point. I appreciate that, man. Like, I ain't even looked at the goddamn that him and 50 got going on with. You know what I'm saying? I looked down there a little bit, but they did prove my fact. But the same police came, you know what I'm saying? Came up after you got the shooting stuff. Like, y'all just heard him shoot. How y'all know Tupac was in there? You know what I'm saying? That shit. See, people. That's why I gotta keep on watching videos, cause you miss little shit like that. Like this shit. That shit was playing, bro. I don't care what nobody say. All this shit was staged and playing. You know what I'm saying? Then he did the same shit like Suge had. Suge had the goddamn police with him too. Jimmy Hendrix had the police with him too, paying them off and too. God damn.
But while they rolling him off the elevator, he looking at us against the wall, and he's saying, "You niggas." And Big was like, "Yo, why this dude mad at us about something about what the? We ain't do nothing wrong, you know what I'm saying?"
And then he looking around at us, looking. So what kind of expression he expect on our face? What we supposed to? We don't know what's going on. We looking like, oh.
Chico and Biggie figured Pac was confused. After all, he'd just been bomb rushed and nearly killed. They couldn't believe he'd blamed them for the shooting. And in fairness to Chico and Biggie, there's very little evidence that they were involved. Chico denied that Biggie and Junior Mafia had connection to the shooting, said Biggie came downstairs with a gun and with the intention to defend Pac.
If you was to get shot 5 times, your mind is just completely spinning, you know what I'm saying? You're real confused about your situation. So it'll cause you to say things that you really don't mean.
Before Pac left the scene, he was interviewed by newspaper reporters while still being on the stretcher.
Look. I hope this nigga don't say nothing that he ain't supposed to be saying. We set Pac up and shit. Hope he don't say the wrong shit. That nigga know he guilty for that shit. He knew the fuck going on. Yeah, bro.
He only said it was a setup. Right before they carried him into the ambulance, they took a photo of him lying naked on the stretcher, with a big brace on his head and neck. And Pac was angry at the photographer for taking pictures while he's in this miserable condition. So he flipped the middle finger at him as well, and said, "I can't believe you're taking my picture on a stretcher." McKernan helped carry him into that ambulance. Pac, his manager Freddie Moore, who was shot in the abdomen, and Stretch made it out of that building. The only person who was still on the 8th floor was Tupac's brother-in-law Zayd, who didn't know what to do, according to Lil Sean, as he couldn't leave the building without the cops trying to search him and find the gun that Tupac gave him, cause the gun was missing a bullet. Tupac tried to fire back and accidentally shot himself in the groin area. So Zayd still had the gun with him, with one bullet missing. He of course didn't want the cops to find it, which they would have, as they had the building locked down. They were looking for evidence, questioning people and trying to find weapons and clues. So he was more or less panicking. Lil Sean heard the cops say they want to search the studio for guns. And then he saw Zayd standing stiff with his back against the wall, looking...
Y'all been seeing that, I don't know, y'all been seeing it on the internet lately, that little, the one that he talking about, he Tupac. He said he ain't AI. He like a old, like a 50-year-old Tupac Shakur. Y'all been seeing that? I've been seeing that shit lately. But the one is goddamn like little script. He ain't had no damn tattoos like Tupac tattoo. Hold on, matter of fact, let me see, can I find it real quick? I don't want to go TikTok. I mean not TikTok, but I might go to YouTube. Oh shit, it's better on, bitch. Let me see, can I find it? What the fuck did I just click on? Oh Lord, please don't copyright me. Please don't give me copyright for that. Where is that? I probably gotta go to shorts. I'm gonna go to shorts. What the fuck? What the fuck they just pulled up? Let me go to TikTok. I can't find it on YouTube right now. Somebody said Tupac is alive. Let's see if I can find it, They is not Tupac. I don't care what nobody say. They look him. They're not Tupac. They born on 2 different days. They're not Tupac. When I first started doing Tupac, everybody say this dude look like is Tupac. He's not Tupac. They are born on 2 different days. One what was it, 1970? Another one 1971, I think, if I remember correctly. Yeah, here you go, Ted.
Today is January 21st, 2026, Wednesday. And here y'all come. He AI, he fake, why he crying? Cause I'm shit. Hey, I don't sit down thinking. Hey, I don't stand on the wall with no reason. Hey, I don't need the cops to come prepared.
Look like him.
What y'all think? Y'all think that Tupac? Y'all think that Tupac? Hold up, send it to somebody said send it to Diddy and Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre. What the fuck? I just don't know my mind. So there's Pac. Yes, somebody said it's Pac. They must don't know it. Like the little AI. I be doing my little videos with the little AI shit. The little AI shit. You can make yourself look like all he got to do. All that person got to do is have a picture of, all he got to do is like on his camera phone, all he got to do is have a picture of Tupac. And they'll make videos, him talking and everything, just like this. Facts. We can do this shit now, live, right now, live. I can show y'all how I do this shit right now.
Today is January 21st, 2026, Wednesday. And here y'all come. He fake. Why he quiet? Cause I'm shit. Hey, I don't sit down thinking. Hey, I don't stand on the wall with no reason. Hey, I don't need the council come prepared.
Look like him.
That's not him. That's not him. Let me know what y'all think. Y'all think they Tupac?
Being scared to death. So he went in his direction and told him to follow him to the back room. He asked Zayd if he has a gun with him, but Zayd was still in shock and scared of what might happen if they find the gun. So Sean searched him and found the gun. They went to the
Let me see, get I find another one, cause people gonna be that motherfucker. That's the real one. DVD, that's real. Said Tupac. Alright. So I know motherfuckers been seeing him goddamn wrestling and shit. Like, on used to be a WWE wrestler and shit. The fuck? Oh, I'm gonna see how I find love. Then I'm through with it. Oh, I think I clicked off for it. Never mind. Oh, never mind. I do gotta still got it. Let me see. It's another one too. What is the other one? Ain't it? No, I don't want that one. I'm looking for the other one. Yeah, he talking about he look. Hold on,
This is Tupac, and this.
Tupac is my dad. Tupac's son now. Oh, Mario ain't your dad, bro. Somebody said that boy look like Omarion. He say he too young to be Pop son. Yeah, but he look like he young as hell though. He too young for that, bro.
This is Tupac.
Hell no. I don't believe your ass, bitch. Let's see what this one is. No, this ain't that. I'm trying to find the other one real quick before we get back to the thing. Why he keep popping up? This is not no damn Tupac. Yeah, never mind. I guess we can't find the other one. Oh, it might be. Yeah, it might be this one. Like, look at this nigga tattoo. Ain't no way in the hell. They just changed the scan on the face, bro. His spirit's still with us, yeah. You don't see nobody doing Biggie like that. Like the much they do Pop. I don't see people doing Biggie like AIs like the wrestling shit.
Live room where you can find various instruments. Sean asked him to hand over the gun, which he had on a zip, and then he hid it inside a piano. Sean then said, "When y'all come back here, it's in the piano. Only people know that is me and you." Zayd, on the other hand, said that he was the one who actually hid it inside the piano. Said Sean tried to hide it, but Zayd stopped him after seeing the dust on the piano. Zayd then put the gun inside his scully, opened the piano without disrupting the dust or leaving fingerprints behind. Then he put it inside and closed it. Zayd thanked him and the cops started searching the room, but they found nothing. After that, everybody was allowed to leave. According to Lil Sean, he was the only person that got questioned by the police in Andre Harrell's office, with Andre sitting there. The police allegedly told Lil Sean that they heard he was jealous of Pac, and that's why he got him robbed. Sean couldn't believe what he was hearing and left. Videotape shot from outside the studios by a TV camera operator showed Puffy inside the downstairs lobby in a baseball cap with a straw hanging from his mouth, staring at the camera and talking to several men. News footage also showed Biggie walking out of the lobby, closely followed by Puffy. A lot of people were in and out of that studio that night. Tupac pointed out that many of them were as bejeweled with gold as he was, but they weren't robbed or shot. The people who knew what happened weren't talking. Definitely not to the police. According to Detective Mordecai Jakensky, there was zero cooperation. Nobody was talking to them. Nobody wanted to be called a rat, and that's why the case was impossible to solve. Police maintained that the incident was, quote-unquote, simply another Times Square mugging. These alleged muggers took other jewelry but left Tupac's diamond-encrusted Rolex that Haitian Jack gifted. With guns in hand, they ran out the door into the extremely well-lit Times Square area, where a police car reportedly hovering nearby failed to go after them. Furthermore, a security officer reported
Okay, now we got the cameras. Okay, yeah. Man, you can't see shit.
That the lobby's surveillance camera videotape caught the whole shooting incident.
No, I thought it was just one guy. I thought it was two guys. Where the third guy come from? I thought one of them was waiting by the door. It wasn't four of them.
But the police investigator told him he didn't want to see the tape. Others...
Hold on now. We ain't gonna wind past. Did one the real one? Hold on, twin. We ain't gonna wind past that shit. Yeah, nah.
Area, where a police car reportedly hovering nearby failed to go after them. Furthermore, a security officer reported that the lobby's surveillance camera videotape caught the whole
I thought they came this way. I thought they was pointing the guns. They could shoot the fuck out of me. They did point. Hold on. Camera might be the other way. Okay. Let's see. Might be the other way.
Shooting incident. But the police investigator told him he didn't want to see the tape.
Like, y'all got straight face cameras. Like, how the fuck? Oh my God.
Other sources claim that the camera wasn't recording, or that the footage was accidentally destroyed. By the time Tupac left the Quad Studios, the assailants and Paulie had arrived in front of Dexter's crack house and parked their cars in front of it. Paulie stepped out the car and immediately approached Dexter. "Why y'all shot Pac?" Paulie asked with disappointment spreading across his face. Jimmy called complaining about Pac and his boys came up to the studio all bloody. Tupac said y'all shot him. Dexter then replied, "Follow me upstairs, Paulie. I want to show you something." Once inside that building, he told his boys to put all the guns on the table and empty out their magazines. After laying all the bullets out on the table, Dexter counted out each bullet to Paulie, showing him that not one bullet was spent from their weapons. Tupac shot himself in the groin area with his own gun, Dexter told him. The wounds on his forehead came from the pistol whipping JD gave him. The wound on his hand came from the slide on his gun when he fired it while it was stuck in his waist. This story matches the statements made by lead detective Greg Kading, who might have gotten his information from Dexter himself. But they're still not in line with the doctor and police reports, which all point to multiple gunshot wounds on his body, including the head and hand. People have said that the police would have used this opportunity to humiliate Pac, if he was indeed just shot once and that by himself. They wouldn't lie or spread misinformation, trying to make Tupac look more like a hardman. Pac
Damn, I'm gonna damn that shit fast. It's an old ass magazine. I need to look at it. Okay, go back.
Police would have used this opportunity to humiliate Pac, if he was indeed just shot once and that by himself. They wouldn't lie or spread
The cops who bust Tupac are robbers to his aid. 3 cops who rushed to the scene where rapper Tupac Shakur lay bleed early yesterday had met them before when they busted him a year ago.
Information trying to make Tupac.
Hey, Mr. Kennedy, let's get it. Said greeting them. Man, no, as Shakur and his manager, worst shot doing it. As a suspect robbery, a dispatch call went out to 911 from Quad Shakur officer.
Looked more like a hardman. Pac was rushed to Bellevue Hospital as he continued to bleed heavily all day. When the doctor saw him, he allegedly screamed, "Oh my God!" And Pac was like, "What? What?" And then he heard him tell the other doctors to take a look at his head. "Look at this. This is gunpowder right here. This is the entry wound. This is the exit wound." And when the doctor touched it, Pac could actually feel the holes and said, "Oh my God, I could feel that." It was the spots that he was blacking out on. Pac then realized that he had been shot in the head and was in shock. The doctor said, "You don't know how lucky you are. You got shot 5 times. Pac then said he didn't want to believe it. He could only remember that first shot. Then everything went blank. Zayd and Biggie went to the Quad Studios again.
I gotta figure this shit out. Shit. God damn. I'm doing a lot of Scooby-Doo and shit tonight. Yeah, they don't never show. I need the back of your head, Tupac. The one thing so Two-Face said they don't never show the back of the Tupac head. I just knew this shit. Damn. Oh, we might got one. I can't see that shit. Yo, what's up, brother? 94 Quad Shooter. He said, y'all still talking about Tupac in 2006? That's crazy. He probably already back, resurrected. Probably so. Hey y'all, what's up y'all? What's up y'all? I ain't see y'all shit. Alright, load my channel around, bro. I'm gonna keep talking about Tupac. I don't never get tired. I don't even want to talk about the other motherfuckers. They don't. The other young motherfuckers y'all listen to. Them young YN, what his name? In NBA young boy and shit. They don't be talking about that. All they talk about is kill all day. Kill this, kill that. I'ma pull up with this. I'ma slide on here. I'ma slide right up. This ignorant shit. I don't even want to hear that shit. Bro, can we get up? This had to be before. I know you motherfucking lying. Somebody. She love Tupac though. I ain't gonna say nothing on that. I ain't gonna say too much on that, twin. I'm trying to see the back of Tupac head when they on. I can't find no fucking picture. Except for one. Someone. I guess we'll never. I know you fucking lying.
To get the gun out of the piano, and also went to see Tupac at the hospital the morning after the shooting. Big and Pac were speaking normally, but Pac was still suspicious. Asked Biggie what happened and who set him up. Biggie was clueless and didn't know what to say.
So I was like, Biggie, what happened? He kept sending me messages like I'm gonna come see you. No, what happened? Half the rappers from the East Coast was there when I got shot. Nobody knew a thing. That's just like you coming to the area, the police ask them what happened, and everybody's like, I don't know. You know they lying. And all I was doing was like, give me my proper etiquette.
Pac asked him for details and possible clues on who could have set him up. But Big couldn't answer any of his questions. So Pac was disappointed in him. He was still lying in his hospital bed waiting for a surgery to begin. They had already stopped the bleeding, but it took them about 12 hours until they started operating on him. At 1:30 p.m., Dr. Leon Patcher, chief of Bellevue's trauma department, and a 12-doctor team operated on the damaged blood vessel high in his right leg. The doctor said he was hit by a low-caliber missile. If it'd been a high-caliber missile, he'd been dead. According to Pac, the doctors told him that he could still have babies, and that none of his testicles were damaged. It only went through the skin. Same thing with his head. Through the skin and out the skin. When he got out of surgery, Pac said that he felt vulnerable around all the unfamiliar doctors. He also didn't like that his enemies would know where to find him. Tupac understood that men like Haitian Jack and Jimmy Henchman had the power to finish the job even at the hospital, cause Pac was receiving death threats from people while lying in the hospital bed. Some over the phone and others from people relaying messages from his enemies.
I mean, what it is that the East Coast drug dealers got as extortion. I came and f***ed up everything. Because I dissed the in the Daily News, they put a hit out on us. Yeah. When they tried to rob me, which is all they wanted to do, I knew what they told me. That's what they was telling me. Pop, they was sending me messages through my closest road dog saying, Pop, why did you fight them? They was just coming to take it. But I wouldn't let nobody take my shit. Welcome to the party.
Stretch's brother Majesty confirmed that Jimmy Henchman was sending threats and messages moments after the shooting. They got the phone number of Stretch's mother and called the crib to relay a message. We don't want beef, but we got money for war though. Stretch then went to visit Tupac in the hospital to pass the message. Napoleon from the Outlaws was there too, and according to him, Stretch told Pac, Jimmy Henchman told me that you don't got your money right. You don't want to go to war. Pac was still lying in a hospital bed when he heard this. Him and Napoleon thought that it was weird for Stretch to relay messages for his enemy. It almost seemed like he was cool with Jimmy Henchman. Stretch also asked Pac why he fought back. Somebody had told him that they were just going to take his jewelry, and that it was Pac's fault for getting shot. So Pac was wondering where Stretch got all the information from. They thought maybe Stretch was sending messages to Jimmy Henchman too. Where he's currently at, in what condition he is, what he's planning, what his next move is, and if he really wants to go to war with him. Pac just couldn't trust him anymore. He felt betrayed, and at the same time unsafe, thinking Stretch might tell Jimmy Henchman his exact location so that he can send his people to come finish the job. So Pac thought about leaving the hospital early. He even thought that this could have been a setup by the police as retaliation for him shooting 2 off-duty police officers a year prior. He thought they could also come and try to finish him off, cause the police was everywhere in the hospital. And even when Tupac and his friends tried to chase the robbers, they saw a police car nearby which didn't even pursue the assailants. So he thought he was completely on his own, and that everyone else was out to get him. That it was him against the world. A mindset that made it into his upcoming album, Me Against the World, a hip-hop classic he recorded before the Quad Studio shooting. According to Dexter Isaac, Jimmy Henchman and Paulie came to his house the next day, and he gave Jimmy the big diamond ring that he requested. Jimmy then gave him the $2,500 that he promised, and told him that he can keep the rest of the jewelry. In the hospital, Pac felt like a science project. The doctors kept coming in and looking at his testicles, and it was not a cool position for him to be in. He felt uncomfortable. He said the Fruit of Islam was there at the hospital, but they didn't have guns there to protect him. Pac didn't feel safe, thinking that all his enemies have guns, while his supporters and guards are unarmed. He also said he had headaches after the shooting, that he was waking up screaming, having nightmares, thinking they are still trying to shoot him. All he saw in his dreams were people pulling guns, and him hearing one of the assailants say, "Shoot that mother F." He said he woke up sweaty with headaches, and that the psychiatrist at Bellevue Hospital said that's post-traumatic stress. At 4 p.m. he was out of surgery, and at 6:45 p.m., against numerous complaints of his doctors, he checked himself out of the hospital. Tupac's mother Afeni and attorney Michael Tariff Warren thought the police set up the shooting, and the two removed Tupac from the hospital against doctors' orders because of the large police presence at the hospital. The doctor said, "I haven't seen anybody in my 25-year professional career leave the hospital like this." Tupac's mother Efeni, who had flown up from Atlanta, wheeled the heavily bandaged Tupac out the back door, fighting through the crowd of reporters. So I left Bellevue and went to Metropolitan. They gave me a phone and said, "You are safe here. Nobody knows you're here." But the phone would ring and someone would say, "You ain't dead yet?" I was like, damn, those mother effers don't have no mercy. So I checked myself out and my family took me to a safe spot. Somebody who really cared about me in New York City. When they asked him if at any point he thought he was going to die, Pac responded, "No, I swear to God. Not to sound creepy or nothing, I felt God cared for me from the first time the people pulled the gun out. The only thing that hurt me was that Stretch and them all fell to the floor. The bullets didn't hurt. Nothing hurt until I was recovering. I couldn't walk, I couldn't get up, and my hand was effed up. I was looking on the news, and it was lying about me." He said he was the most upset about that one article that said that Tupac pretended to be shot, that he set it up himself, that it was just an act to sell records. When I read that, I just started crying like a baby, like a bee. I could not believe it. It just tore me apart. And then the news was trying to say I had a gun and I had weed on me. Instead of saying I was a victim, they were making it like I did it. Some people also made fun of him for getting shot in the groin area, saying he lost one of his testicles. But according to Pac, the bullet didn't damage anything aside from the skin. The next day, Tupac made a surprise appearance in the Manhattan courtroom, where his fate was being decided in the Ayanna Jackson assault case. They told him that he doesn't need to go to court in that state he's currently in. But Pac felt like if the jury didn't see him, they would think he's at some show or some party, having fun and not taking this case seriously, because they were sequestered and didn't know he got shot. So Pac knew he had to show up no matter what. I swear to God, the farthest thing in my mind was sympathy. All I could think of was stand up and fight for your life like you fight for your life in this hospital. He was wheeled in by Nation of Islam bodyguards. His charmed Rolex that the robbers didn't take on his right wrist, his left wrist wrapped in gauze, and his bandaged head and leg covered by a wool-knit Yankees hat and a black Nike warm-up suit. He looked as frail as he was. With his friends, including actor Mickey Rourke and Jasmine Guy, rallied around.
Jasmine Guy, that's a real one right there. We love her. Shout out. She's real to this day. Who the fuck that is? Who edited these damn pictures?
Tupac sat through the morning session before his right leg went numb. I sat there in a wheelchair and the judge was not looking me in my eyes. He never looked in my eyes the whole trial. So the jury came in and the way everybody was acting, it was like a regular everyday thing. And I was feeling so miracle-ish that I'm living. And then I start feeling they're going to do what they're going to do. Then I felt numb. I said I gotta get out of here. When I left, the cameras were all rushing me and bumping into my leg and ish. I was like, you mother effers are like vultures. That made me see just the nastiest in the hearts of men. That's why I was looking like that in the chair when they were wheeling me away. I was trying to promise myself to keep my head up for all my people there. But when I saw all that, it made me put my head down. It just took my spirit. After his leg went numb and after leaving the courthouse early, he then went uptown and secretly checked into the Metropolitan Hospital Center on East 97th Street for evaluation and follow-up of injuries sustained when he was shot. He checked in under the name Bob Day. His studies are completed and his condition continues to improve, the doctor said. Several hours later, the jury came back with verdicts on Tupac and his manager Charles Fuller.
Bob Marley Day? I'm reaching.
Guilty on fondling the woman against her will, but innocent on the weightier sodomy and weapons charges. A few jurors argued for full acquittal and viewed the verdict as a compromise. There was a very strong feeling that there was not enough evidence, says juror Richard Devitt. We are ecstatic that the jury found that there was almost no merit to these charges whatsoever, said Tupac's beaming lawyer Michael Warren. He planned to appeal the abuse conviction. Sentencing was delayed due to Tupac's condition, and he remained free on $25,000 bail. Pac was then discharged from the Metropolitan Hospital the following day, meaning Friday, December 2nd, 1994. So he was shot, entered and left the Bellevue Hospital on Wednesday, surprise court appearance on Thursday, and discharged from the Metropolitan Hospital on Friday.
Damn.
Tupac had received even more death threats on the phone, and his family wanted to move him somewhere where he's safe. Pac didn't want to go somewhere he could be found, so he holed up at the apartment of a friend, the actress Jasmine Guy, who he met when Pac guest starred on a sitcom A Different World. Effini and Warren accepted Jasmine's offer to let them live in her apartment and move them there. He spent the next few weeks in Jasmine Guy's apartment, being cared for by his mother, Effini, and a private doctor. The Fruit of Islam and former members of the Black Panther Party stood guard. He also got protection from a group of people who later became the Outlaws. The ones who stayed in the apartment with Pac were Napoleon, Castro, Idi Amin, and Gaddafi. Those became his soldiers from that point on, his closest companions. He deaded the Thug Life movement as he didn't know who to trust. Most of the outlaws at that time were Pac's family. They all had guns on them, ready to protect Pac with their lives, in case Jimmy Henchman or Haitian Jack's people find them to finish the job. Jasmine Guy lived in a secure and safe neighborhood, which made Pac feel more comfortable to an extent, but he was still holding on to his gun the whole time he was there. Took it everywhere he went, even to the bathroom and his bed, holding it in his hand, paranoid, thinking they might come any time. But fortunately nobody came and Pac could make a full recovery. Despite the entrance and exit holes in Tupac's head, the bullets miraculously failed to hit his brain and he survived. On February 8, 1995, Pac was sentenced to a prison term of 1.5 to 4.5 years. He apologized to Ayanna Jackson while denying that he committed the crime. It's a stain that never left his career. One he admitted left him with regret. Even though I'm innocent of the charge they gave me, I'm not innocent in terms of the way I was acting, Pac said. I don't know if she's with these people or if she's mad at me for not protecting her. But I know I feel ashamed because I wanted to be accepted and because I didn't want no harm done to me. I didn't say anything. His co-defendant Charles Fuller got 4 months behind bars, and Haitian Jack pled guilty to 2 misdemeanor charges and received 3 years of probation as well as a $1,000 fine, even though he was the one who assaulted her. While Tupac maintained his innocence, his financial resources were being stretched to the limit by the legal.
I know you motherfucking lying. Hold on. I know you didn't. We ain't gonna walk past that like you didn't say that to me.
For not protecting her. But I know I feel ashamed because I wanted to be accepted and because I didn't want no harm done to me. I didn't say anything. His co-defendant Charles Fuller got 4 months behind bars, and Haitian Jack pled guilty to 2 misdemeanor charges and received 3 years of probation as well as a $1,000 fine, even though he was the one who assaulted her. While Tupac maintained
Yeah, I fucked up these motherfuckers here, but these motherfuckers fucked up. The real motherfucker is salted motherfucker. Salted her ass. And get mad at you. But telling people you didn't do it. And that supposed to keep a street code. Like, what kind of y'all got that's some fucked up. It's some fucked up ass shit. So you tell everybody, ooh, I'm a snitch and ooh, I get shot at because I want to prove that I'm innocent. Oh, that shit crazy shit. Yeah, facts.
In his innocence, his financial resources were being stretched to the limit by the legal action, and he couldn't make bail. While his lawyers worked on his appeal, Pac was locked up on February 14th, 1995 in the Clinton Correctional Facility, which is a New York prison. It was during the time that Biggie exploded on the rap scene. 3 months after the shooting and exactly 1 week after Pac got locked up, Biggie released a song Who Shot Ya on February 21st, 1995, which is about a man getting robbed and shot.
Right.
The title itself made everybody raise an eyebrow, but the overall concept and sound of the record made it even worse.
He make them more big now, this what I felt. This what I felt like with Biggie, right? Like what comments would you make when you drop this song, bro? Like, you drop this song, you left your guns in the hotel, and you left when the girl came. So then, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? See, he got too much. He got 3 strikes already. That was 3 strikes right there. That would make me think you got something to do with that 3 strikes right there. You let your gun, all type of shit. This motherfucker. See, he only did that shit. He know Tupac locked up. When that nigga got out, he already was GG's.
While I'm in jail, strangers is telling me, yo, you don't know? Biggie homeboy shot you. Because they bragging. They telling they in jail. Yo, we just got popped. And my cousin was in jail in New York because I got family out there. He sit right there while they get in the car going, yo, my homeboy just jacked that nigga Tupac. So that's how I knew he shot me. What happened and everything.
Jimmy Henchman and Puffy wanted to put out that record to aggravate a wound and create controversy around the time Tupac started blaming them for the shooting. Everybody was wondering why he released that record. The timing was just terrible, but it was done strategically.
So for saying that, so let me ask you, Scotty, if you was in that situation, you gonna take charge? You got guns and you got assault charge. You gonna take that charge? And you know you didn't do it. You crazy, you must be crazy here. Fuck that damn street shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. Fuck this shit, crazy fuck. Being real, being in jail, being real, or possibly be free. I'd rather be free than anything. Fuck it, man. Fuck this shit. Fuck that. If that motherfucker ain't God, that was wrong, motherfucker. That was wrong, these young generation these days. If that motherfucker ain't God, Jesus himself, man, look, I'm telling on your ass. I ain't care. I ain't got shit to do. I'm telling on your ass. If it's Jesus, you know, I take it. If he ain't Jesus, hell no. Fuck that. That was wrong, these little kids. They be trying to stick to that. That's how they trick our people, bro. Like, sticking to that street code. You should not snitch. Motherfucker shot. The motherfucker a mass killer, killed 3 grandmas, 2 nieces over there and everything. We ain't gonna snitch because we sticking to the code. Man, fuck this shit, bro. Like when I was young, that shit it like seemed cool. When you get older, you be like, man, that shit ain't cool, bro. Like, it's just like ignorant shit.
To increase Biggie's record sales, basically making profit off another man's moment of pain, even though that person opened gates for them and was one of their closest homies. It played a huge role in Tupac's beef with the notorious B.I.G., which I will cover in an upcoming video, so stay tuned for that. Months after the shooting,
I'm doing 25 years for nothing. It wouldn't have nothing to do with me. 25 years, not say nothing. And I can possibly, with Haitian Jack said, I can beat the case, but Jimi Hendrix had the police on payroll. And you, man, fuck this shit. Hell no. Fuck that.
Little Sean and Biggie talked about that night in the Quad Studios. Big told him that he's sad and disappointed in Pac for thinking that he had something to do with the robbery. He said he warned Pac about the people who robbed him, before the robbery even happened. Told him to stay away from them. He also accused Pac of telling Haitian Jack and his people that he wants him. Pac allegedly told Haitian Jack, Biggie wants me to stay away from you. And the people who robbed Biggie told him, this is what you get for telling Pac to stay away from Jack. And that's how Biggie knew about it. So they robbed Biggie as well. According to Tupac, this conversation between him and Big happened a week before he got shot. By that time, Pac was already trying to distance himself from Haitian Jack and his people, due to them getting 2 separate cases and Pac thinking that he's a snitch.
And they still show you
so Big was mad that Pac put him on blast. He told Sean that him and Zayd went to the Quad Studios the morning after the shooting to get the gun and the piano. He also told him that they went to the hospital to see Pac. Half a year after the Quad Studio shooting, while Tupac was still in prison, Lil Sean released the song Dom Perignon, which not only contains a Biggie sample in the hook, but he's also featured in the video next to people wearing Henchman t-shirts, meaning shirts from Jimmy Henchman's record label. Big was still cool with Jimmy Henchman after the shooting, which is one of the many reasons why Pac believed Big was part of the setup, or at least knew about it. He felt like Big turned on him, just like Stretch, who tried to hit on Tupac's ex-girlfriend Desiree Smith while he was still in prison. She talked to Stretch in a club about losing contact with Pac, gave Stretch her number in hope that it would reach Tupac. According to Desiree, Big Stretch called her saying he had a message from Pac, that he had jail info, even though he never reached out to him while he was in prison. Stretch then turned up at her place with people from Junior Mafia. He later tried to sweet-talk Desiree Smith and tried to sleep with her after delivering no message from Pac. With everything that she was hearing about Pac, thinking that Biggie had something to do with the Quad Studio incident, she thought it was fishy that Stretch would be hanging out with Biggie's crew. She then contacted Pac by the way of letters saying, "This your boy, what's he doing with your enemy's peoples? And why he trying to holler at me?" Stretch hung out with Biggie all the time, and Big was still cool with Jimmy Henchman after the shooting, did business with him, and Jimmy was invited to numerous bad boy parties. Pac at the time saw both Big and Stretch as enemies, and now he had another reason to dislike them. He later did an interview with Vibe magazine about the shooting and aftermath, which was first published in April '95. Tupac gave his views on who was behind the shooting and told us exactly what happened that night. On July 10th, Stretch then
Biggie wanted to be bigger than Tupac. That what Pac failed to realize. Cause you see, after Tupac doing Tupac and after Tupac, he wanted to be big. He wanted to be bigger than Nas. He wanted to be bigger than Jay-Z. He wanted to be bigger all that shit. That nigga Big got mad at him for getting Tupac getting better beats. Damn. Though they say him, well, Thug Life and Outlaw say they smoked him. Say they rolled him up and smoked him. No, they say.
Appeared on the Vibe magazine as well and talked negatively about Tupac, and that was another reason why their relationship turned sour. Pac was talking all that ish about Thug Life is ignorance and telling people names and all that ish. I don't even understand why he went there. I've seen Pac mad times after the shooting, and he never kicked none of that ish to me. You know how he feels about the media, so why would he go and do an interview like that? He's supposed to be a street guy. He should have kept it in the street. I mean, people had to go and get their names changed. I want him to get a reality check. Recognize what the F he's doing. People on the street live by rules, man. And that rule right there, that's the rule that's never to be broken. The assailant Dexter Isaacs said that someone was feeding info to Jimmy Henchman from Tupac's group that night, and that person was allegedly Stretch. He supposedly told Jimmy where Pac was at on his way to the studio, and in return for his cooperation, Jimmy promised him money, cause Stretch was broke, still lived in his mama's house together with his brother Majesty, and constantly borrowed broken. The assailant Dexter Isaacs said that someone was feeding info to Jimmy Henchman from Tupac's group that night, and that person was allegedly Stretch. He supposedly told Jimmy where Pac was at on his way to the studio.
It be your own damn people. But the one that right neck close to you, it be I don't took care of your daughter, nigga don't took care of your daughter, your family, don't put money in your pocket, they don't put you on shows. Lord have mercy. I know one thing for sure, Two Frames said, if I ever get rich, I ain't got no friends. I don't drink none of y'all motherfuckers. Hell no. Y'all ain't gonna know nothing. These motherfuckers grind me out here. Tupac is dead, mother. Y'all listen to his music, man. Rest in. It's been over 30 years. Why y'all get mad when people? I don't understand people like that. Like, man, ain't nobody finna let that man rest. He's a good artist, bro. This is like saying let Martin Luther King. We don't have Martin Luther King Day off. They just like letting Martin Luther King rest. We shouldn't have Martin Luther King Day off. That's what you basically saying. He said Tupac doesn't tell the truth about anything. About what you talking? As far as what? As far as what? Yeah. It's been 30 years. It's gonna be another 30 more years of me. I'm gonna be an old ass man with a cane and can't even change my goddamn diaper. Shit. Teeth all gone and everything, twin. I'm still gonna be talking about Tupac, man. I don't care what nobody say, bro. That's just like them talking about the Romans and all them motherfuckers. They still talk about them motherfuckers to this day. Still made movies about them to this day and everything. They still talk about what his name? Columbia's everything they taking over goddamn shit. I don't understand what y'all talking about, bro. Like, bro. The stretch situation. And more. Man, everybody got their opinion. I respect y'all opinion though. And it's a debate though, you know what I'm saying?
And in return for his cooperation, Jimmy promised him money, cause Stretch was broke, still lived in his mama's house together with his brother Majesty, and constantly borrowed money from people. According to Pac's brother-in-law Zayd, Stretch did not set Pac up. The fallout between those two happened after Tupac made some statements in that Vibe magazine interview. Stretch got mad at Pac for saying that him and the other two people that were with him dropped like a sack of potatoes when they got ambushed.
As far as that Vibe interview, if you got a brain, just read everything over. And read my reply, read their reply, read what people say. Watch people.
Tupac also had me pissed off, you know what I'm saying? Because first of all, he dissed my man, said my man turned his back on him, and I know for a fact that didn't happen, you know what I'm saying?
My closest friends did me in. My closest friends, my homies, people who I done took care of their whole family. I done took care of everything for them, looked out for them, put them in the game, everything turned on me.
The rumors that's spreading is on some tip like we set them up, you know what I'm saying? And that's crazy.
I have proved things that I can say that will back up my claim, but this is not for the world to know about. You know what I mean? It's between me and him, and only he knows.
You know what I mean? I know who shot me. I don't care about telling the police none of that. I don't care about none of that.
He knew who popped him, but he wanted to say it was big. He kept saying it was Biggie. He kept saying it was Biggie, even though he know who popped him, even though he knew he shot himself in the leg. Cease, is that true?
I don't know what he was trying to hide. He was scared. I don't know what was going on in his head. I want to apologize. Especially when I found out what really went down. He shot himself. And he didn't really get shot in the head. He got pistol whipped. You know what I'm saying? I'm hearing all this, and I'm like, damn.
Half of New York is commenting on me getting shot. And before, they was all like, we didn't see nothing.
I don't really know the purpose of why the story was said in another way of content.
I think people just getting a little bit too happy with the situation.
I know, right? He's baby spitting and shit all in the camera.
Nobody seen the fourth issue when they came back with a reply. Everybody knew what I did. They knew what I said. I was acting. Who gets shot 5 times and acts?
Trust nobody. Trust nobody.
Pac took Stretch off the song So Many Tears, which was on the knee.
He was on that song? Yeah, we take his ass off, yeah. We'll never listen to him no more. Anyway.
Against the World album that came out on March 14th that year, cause Stretch was originally supposed to be on that song. The original recordings are still floating around the internet. Freddie Moore and his people were preparing for war, trying to find out who did it, searching for the robbers everywhere in New York. They were all serious street cats. Tupac had his own people trying to gather information and look for the assailants. Stretch never came to visit him in prison, but he was still going to parties with Biggie, who, like I said, was still close to Jimmy Hinchman. So Pac was hurt and paranoid, didn't know who to trust.
I got shot. I'm like, yo, what happened? Come see me in jail. Biggie all in the air to my ear, Pac is my homeboy, but not see me. My homeboy Stretch is going to Biggie's concert. it's like abandoning me. But all of the air on TV, they like, yeah, Pop, rest, you know, keep the struggle on. I was like, yo, I'm starting to turn into like Slick Rick. This is just gonna act like I'm gonna just be in jail and they gonna give me shout outs and try to take my position. And if you watch, that's what Biggie did.
Stretch's brother Majesty later clarified that the reason why they couldn't visit Pac in prison was because they had no ID. And without ID, you're not allowed to visit people in prison. Pac of course didn't know that. All he knew was that Stretch was pretending to talk to him in prison so that he could hit on his ex-girlfriends. Majesty said that Stretch wanted to visit Pac to argue with him about the things he said in the Vibe magazine about him dropping like a sack of potatoes. But unfortunately he couldn't. The whole time he thought everything was fine between him and Big. So when Pac said he switched sides, that's what he meant. He didn't speak to Pac while he was in prison. Pac still spoke with Big after the shooting, so Stretch thought everything was fine. Didn't even know that Pac had changed his mind about the whole bad boy camp. So he just continued being cool with them, thinking Big is still cool with Pac as well. But Pac was still trying to figure out who he could trust and who shot him. He thought the men who attacked him looked like the kind of guys Biggie hung out with in Brooklyn. At first Tupac didn't know who to trust and suspected everyone on the 8th floor, meaning around 40 people, thinking they all might have known about the setup. He even scratched Little Sean's name in a prison letter, along with Biggie, Puffy, Jimmy Henchman, Haitian Jack, Trevor aka Rick, who evaded arrest during the Ayanna Jackson incident, Andre Harrell, Craig Mack, another rapper from Bad Boy Records who had nothing to do with the shooting, the whole Bad Boy label, King Tut.
Which one was Tut? I've been trying to find this shit the whole fucking time.
The guy who ran around telling people that he shot Tupac, and his best friend Big Stretch. There was a time when he wanted to get rid of all of them. He had a lot of time to think about it, and to watch the moves of every single one of those people on that list. He had people in and outside the prison feeding him information about who could possibly be linked to this incident. Nobody was ever arrested for the shooting, but in prison, Tupac heard rumors and stories from various people. Most of the theories and rumors center on a couple of well-known New York stick-up guys. One of them is King Tut.
Oh, here we go.
On August 15th, 1995, Tupac wrote this letter to his ex-girlfriend Desiree Smith from prison. He ended the letter by saying, "Be careful, The Walking Dead. Jack Agnett, rest in peace. Tut, rest in peace. Jimmy Ace, rest in peace." In this list, Tupac names the people he felt were behind the shooting at Quad Studios: Haitian Jack, King Tut, and Jimmy Henchman. Dexter Isaac is the only person to date that stepped forward and confessed to being one of the 3 assailants. He also added that King Tut had nothing to do with the robbery. Dexter Isaac even approached Tut about it in front of a large group of people, and Tut was allegedly speechless, even though he quote-unquote ran around telling everybody that he robbed Pac. But then there are people claiming that King Tut never actually said that he always denied his involvement, meaning that he had nothing to do with the shooting. But then again, law enforcement perceived him as the prime suspect in the shooting, as he had made some investigating statements to a confidential informant. Tut said, and I quote, "Tupac is a sucker. He's not a real gangster. I was the one who shot him. He's now facing life in prison, as he was hit with 12 federal felony charges stemming from 3 armed robberies in Brooklyn in 1995. He maintains his innocence in regards to Tupac's shooting, and mentioned in an interview that he was indeed not present at all at Quad Studios. But certain people told Pac,
I ain't gonna lie, look how God work." Yeah. Because you said it, nigga. Yeah. Shit, nigga be behind the wall all your life. Shit,
while he was incarcerated, that it was Tut from Cyprus. Tut allegedly told his friend Brian Glaze Gibbs that Jimmy Henchman set him up after a dispute, and that he put Tut's name in the mix as being the person that robbed and shot Pac, to basically make him a scapegoat that takes all the blame. The entanglement between Pac and Haitian Jack also extended to pop icon Madonna, who had taken up with him. How Madonna and Pac's relationship ended is ultimately a matter of perspective. According to Haitian Jack, Madonna discovered that Pac's image didn't match his reality and that people close to Pac were feeding him this information. In the 90s, Madonna was gravitating towards the bad boy image and quickly connected with people like Haitian Jack and Pac. He really liked her, and she realized he wasn't who he said he was. Pac wasn't no gangster, and they told her I was that dude, Haitian Jack said. Some people told Pac, Jack's with Madonna.
This motherfucker Madonna's goddamn mad freak. I ain't gonna lie. Lord have mercy, she don't been anywhere. How old is she now? She still doing the same thing. Lord have mercy. Poor little teen. Poor little teen.
Madonna doesn't seem to be into you anymore. And Pac responded, F that N-word and F that B. Don't bring no man into this, cause I'm a man. Don't play those games with me, playboy, cause I'll take you there. This is what Pac said according to Haitian Jack. In a letter from Rikers Island on the same day of his historic Vibe interview, Pac apologized to Madonna for their fallout. He admitted their relationship ended partly because of how he would be perceived dating a white woman. I was letting people dictate who should be my friends. I felt like because I was this big Black Panther type of guy, I couldn't be friends with Madonna. And so I dissed her, even though she showed me nothing but love. I felt bad because when I went to jail, I called her, and she was the only person that was willing to help me. Of that stature, and from now on it's not going to be a strictly black thing with me. His ego was crushed when she, in an interview, boasted about quote-unquote rehabilitating all rappers and basketball players. This caused him to lash out, but in the letter's postscript lies an ominous request. If there is any information you can share with me regarding Jack and crew, please do, Pac asked. It could very well be a matter of life and death. Pac tried to use Madonna to get as much information about Haitian Jack as possible, cause he thought Madonna was close enough to Jack to know about it. A hint or a clue that can prove that he was one of the people who were behind the Quad Studio shooting.
I thought that Mrs. Smith. I thought that, what her name is? I was about to say Laura Croft. Damn, what the fuck her name is? She married to that, what's that movie? Mrs. Smith? Damn, what the fuck her name is?
He then got signed to the record label Death Row and bailed out on October 12, 1995 by the label boss Suge Knight. Pac got released from the Clinton Correctional Prison on a $1.4 million bail. In return, Pac signed a 3-album deal with the label. To the horror of much of the industry, Pac publicly accused Biggie of knowing that he was going to be set up, who on the other hand denied any involvement in the shooting, saying Pac had simply been the victim of a botched robbery. But Pac refused to back down on his accusations. He had lots of time to think about who had shot him, and wonder whether his friends were really his friends. Thought about how Biggie hadn't given him a mention in the liner notes of his debut album Ready to Die, even though he'd been a mentor to him. He felt neglected and disrespected. Thought about how Biggie and Puffy allowed Haitian Jack in their entourage. He told one reporter, I was hurt. I'm going to trial, I'm probably going to get convicted, and this guy showing up at a party with champagne, hanging with Biggie. Most of all, Tupac thought about the ambush, how Biggie's friend Lil Cease had seen him on the street, how no one else had put up a fight, how when it was all over, no one could look him in the face. He felt betrayed, and thought maybe Biggie and them were in on it the whole time. According to the assailant Dexter Isaac, who still has Tupac's chain, which he took that night and
I met Biggie about 1988 or 1980. Damn, I thought they made it in the 90s. Damn, they made it in the 80s? He lived around the corner from me. Hold on, is this Tupac? Oh, this is somebody else.
The robbery, he was friends with the notorious B.I.G. And he also said that Puffy knew about the planned robbery. He made an explosive confession dedicated to his former friends, whom he helped to launch entertainment company Henchman Entertainment in 1989. Jimmy Henchman called Dexter a rat for speaking on it, and Dexter replied, Jimmy, I say to you, I have kept your secrets for years. You have never been arrested because of me, or any one of your friends because of me. How dare you call me an informant? I have stayed silent in prison for the past 13 years, doing a life sentence like a real soldier should, when you and everybody have turned your backs on me. I have never gotten any help, nor asked for any help from you or anyone since being locked up. Mr. Roseman, if I was an informant like you, I would have been home years ago with my family, not doing life in prison. Jimmy, you and Puffy like to come off all innocent like, you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you cannot fool all of the people all of the time. Mr. Roseman, I ask you, are you going to flip on Puffy when the feds get you? To save yourself like you have done in the past? Because that's what a rat does. So in closing, we shall see who the rat is in the near future. Tupac said that the shooters looked like some of the friends Biggie had in Brooklyn, and he was also convinced that Puffy was involved in that setup. Dexter Isaac's confession confirmed most of Tupac's claims and accusations. According to Los Angeles Times journalist Chuck Phillips, the Notorious B.I.G. and Puff Daddy were aware in advance that Pac would be ambushed, but they did not know that the assailants were going to be shooting. In fact, Dexter Isaac was told not to shoot him. That's why he called Haitian Jack and said it went bad, as in not according to plan. It was supposed to be a severe beating and robbery, not a shooting. According to Jimmy Henchman, he was never questioned by law enforcement regarding the assault of Tupac, let alone brought up on charges. Big Stretch was shot and killed on November 30th, 1995, in a fatal high-speed car chase exactly a year after the Quad Studio shooting. Word on the street is that Stretch was killed for robbing a drug dealer for 10 keys of cocaine, which he refused to return. The guy who killed him is Carl Jordan Jr., the same guy that killed Jam Master Jay. Pac knew this man. Some people have claimed that they saw Carl
I don't even know what the fuck to say about this shit. I don't even know what to say, Chad.
and Pac hugging after Stretch got killed. But Pac never wanted Stretch to be killed. Ending their friendship was enough. In an interview with hip-hop magazine The Source, he spoke on Stretch about 3 months after he passed. Know what happened? Rules of the game. What goes around comes around. This right here could be interpreted as a jab at Stretch, who in the Vibe magazine spoke on Pac putting an end to the Thug Life movement. I want him to get a reality check. Recognize what the F he's doing. People on the street live by rules, man. And that rule right there, that's a rule that's never to be broken. Stretch was implying that Pac broke the rules of the streets. Now Pac is directly responding to that comment by using similar words as Stretch. Know what happened? Rules of the game. What goes around comes around. But then he made clear that he had nothing to do with it, nor did he have any evil thoughts about him. I never had no violent thoughts towards Stretch at all. I just didn't want to F with him no more, but I didn't want to kill him. He's my dog. Once you my dog, you my dog. He got shot just like I got shot. Everybody believed it was just a random robbery when I got shot. This guy get killed, now random ish don't happen. Pac also had quite a few subliminal lines against Stretch on the album All.
Another one.
Give me a hell yeah. What?
Got them classic right over.
What?
Lies on Me, which he recorded a month before Stretch passed. On Ambitions as a writer, he said, "This is obviously a shot at Stretch for letting Tupac take on the three robbers all by himself, while he was just sitting there watching." Pac also addressed him on the song Holla at Me, which was on the same album in 1996. The reason why it's called Holla at Me is because of Desiree Smith's letter, in which she asked Tupac why Stretch is trying to holla at her. So Pac took that and indirectly tried to tell Stretch that he should holler at him instead of hollering at his ex-girlfriends and being a backstabber. Many people think these lines are aimed at Biggie, when in reality they are directed at Stretch, who he had known for way longer, before he put out his debut album Tupacalypse Now. Pac had him on every album, made dozens of songs with him, let him produce tracks for his projects, and even made him a member of his group Thug Life. With It Was All a Scheme, You Infiltrated My Team and Sold a Dream, he's talking about the Thug Life movement. that brothers are supposed to look out for each other, save and help each other, be ready to fight and die for their people and never sell each other out. He had his dreams crushed after that quad studio shooting, when he was left on his own and didn't know who to trust. He said thug life is dead, and so was his friendship with Stretch.
My closest friends did me in. My closest friends, my homies, people who I done took care of their whole family. I done took care of everything for them, looked out for them, put them in the game, everything turned on me.
Pac is asking Stretch how he could just watch them shoot and beat him unconscious, when they all gave their word to fight for each other and to defend each other with their lives like brothers should. He said Stretch dropped like a sack of potatoes even though he was the biggest guy in that lobby, saying that Stretch and his family would still live on the streets if he wouldn't have given him this chance to make money. While Stretch was broke, Pac always looked out for him and gave him money when needed, took him to all his shows, had him on all his albums, even moved Stretch's family into his residence.
Fear is stronger than love. Remember that. Fear is stronger than love. All the love I gave didn't mean nothing when it came to fear.
Again about Stretch getting weak knees when the robbers pulled out their guns, and when he just followed their orders not knowing what to do. Stretch felt like it would have been suicide if he tried to fight back, cause he didn't have a gun, nor is he able to dodge a bullet, and not just one bullet, multiple bullets, because all the robbers had guns on them, already pulled out, aiming and ready to shoot. Pac was the only one bold enough to counterattack. He is not only disappointed, but he also lost his respect for him, to the point where squashing the beef is impossible, as he could never see himself being his friend again. This song was recorded before Stretch passed, so he was still talking to him as if the back and forth was still going on. He did talk about him after his passing when he did an interview with the Source magazine in March '96. Stretch was my closest road dog, my closest homie. I did a lot of drama. I got into a lot of cases and ish because of Stretch. Money-wise, he could have had anything. His daughter was my daughter. Whatever she wanted, she could have. Then this ish happened and this guy didn't write for me. He didn't do what your dog is supposed to do when you shut up. When I was in jail, he never wrote me. Never got at me. His homeboys was coming to see me, and he wasn't coming to see me. And he started hanging around Biggie right after this. I'm in jail, shut up, his main dog, and he hanging out going to shows with Biggie. Both these guys never came to see me. There were rumors on the street that Stretch sold out Pac for money, that he worked for Jimmy Henchman, and that's why he was the one relaying messages for him. That's why they went directly at Pac instead of the big guy, meaning Stretch. And that's why he continued to hang out with Bad Boy. Stretch's brother Majesty denied that he sold him out. He said they were in shock and surprised when Jimmy Henchman got the number of their mother, cause Jimmy called their mom's crib, possibly to intimidate them, showing them that they know where their mother lives and how to reach her. Dexter Isaac, on the other hand, confirmed this rumor by saying that Stretch was the one telling Jimmy Henchman about Tupac's current whereabouts. But people have questioned his statements due to the fact that in '94, most people didn't even have cell phones, and that they used pagers and phone booths instead. Majesty denied that Stretch had a cell phone back then. That's why Jimmy Henchman had to call their mom's crib, cause that was their only phone back then. They were both living with their mom, and Stretch was with Pac the whole time, so he would have no chance to contact him. The last two lines of the first verse could be interpreted as Pac alluding to the rumors of Stretch selling him out for money. These lines are still directed at Stretch, so fear wasn't Stretch's only motive when he let him down, according to Pac, who is stating that Stretch's greed for money led him to trap or to set up his friends in the robbery. Then in the hook, he flips it and says that he must stay sharp and stay alert, so that he doesn't fall prey to the things that greed for money brings. He wants to stay sharp, so that he recognizes his friends with ulterior motives or hidden agendas, so that something like the Quad Studio robbery doesn't happen again. Pac developed trust issues and questioned everybody that was close to him, cut ties with most people he knew, as he felt like he couldn't even trust his childhood friends.
I would tell each and every person out there, don't forget about that clicking up thing, you know what I mean? Be to yourself, stay to yourself, trust nobody. Trust nobody.
Therefore, anyone who's going to be down with Pac at this point better holler at him, to let him know that he can trust them. This right here is a play on words, and also a confirmation that he's addressing Stretch. Stretch was part of the group Live Squad, together with his brother Majesty. Being live means being bold, fearless, to be respected. Pac is questioning that, now that he saw him in Fear during the Quad Studio shooting. He can never be live because he's quote-unquote a coward that pretends to be hard but folds under pressure. This is obviously about him standing up after getting shot 5 times and then going upstairs to see everybody's faces, including Jimmy Hinchman, Puffy, Andre Harrell and the 40 other people that were there. Like Lil Sean, for example, who ironically got dissed as well on a song called He vs. She. Sean was the only person who tried to help him, according to Pac. The Sean was the only person who tried to help him, according to Pac. The only one that shed tears for him. The reason why he dissed him is either because he didn't trust him, or because of his friendship with Haitian Jack, Biggie and Jimmy Hinchman. They were still doing business together after the shooting. He later realized that Lil Sean was the only one who seemed like he didn't know anything about the planned robbery. He seemed sincere, and that's why Pac stopped treating him like an enemy. He then recorded the music video for the song 2 of America's Most Wanted. The intro is inspired by the movie Scarface. Pac survives a shooting and pays Biggie and Puffy a visit, who in the video set up the shooting. Pac confronted the two and told Biggie that he ain't going to retaliate, as they were once homeboys.
I ain't gonna kill you. We was homeboys once, Pig. Once we homeboys, we always homeboys.
This is the exact same thing he said about Stretch, if you remember. Pac didn't want him dead because they were once homeboys. People still accused him of having something to do with his death. Even in the music video, Pac orders his men to shoot the two after saying that he won't kill him. So this raises the question, did Pac order the killing of Stretch like he did in the music video with Biggie and Puffy? Or was it just done to recreate that iconic scene from the movie Scarface, where Tony tells his friend Manny to shoot Frank? Several months pass, and on September 13th, 1996, Pac loses his life after a drive-by shooting on September 7th. By that time, he had already finished his next album, Machiavelli the Don Killuminati, The 7-Day Theory, which was released on November 5th, 1996. And on that album, he has a song called Against All Odds, which is the most revealing song about the East Coast-West Coast War. More specifically about the Quad Studio shooting, and the people who set him up. The repercussions Tupac would have suffered for recording the track will never be known. Pac himself said that he'll probably be murdered for the things that he said. The song addresses Puffy, Stretch, Haitian Jack, Jimmy Hinchman and King Tut, who he thought was one of the shooters. He starts off the first verse by describing the outfits of his robbers during the Quad Studio shooting, dressed as if they are going to war. Pac adapted their style, wearing the same type of clothes as his robbers, prepared for war.
Dressed in fatigues, black jeans and boots. Disappeared in the crowd. All you seen was truth.
Tupac saw the Quad Studio setup as a declaration of war. They sent their troops dressed in fatigues, black jeans and boots, strapped with guns and ready to shoot. Pac makes clear that he's ready to strike back. We saw him at the Soul Train Awards in 1996, wearing army fatigues and boots, while approaching and threatening Biggie, Puffy and their whole entourage. They were looking for a confrontation, so Pac is dead serious when he's making these threats. He mentioned about a dozen people, but we will only take a look at the ones that were there during the Quad Studio shooting. The first person he mentions is Puffy, who he challenges to a boxing match for talking slick about him.
Let's be honest, you a punk or you would see me with gloves. Remember that you said your vibe about me being a thug?
In the 1995 Vibe interview, Tupac said that thug life is dead, that he's tired of it, that nobody came to help him, even though the thug life movement was all about helping and saving each other. Puffy then responded to that in the Vibe magazine, saying, I hope that this thug life ish is really over, but on the real, if you're gonna be a mother effing thug, you got to live and die a thug. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no jumping in and out of thugism. If that's what you chose to do, you got to go out like that. I ain't no thug. Only thugs I know is dead or in jail, or about to be. Pac took offense to this, as Puff made it seem like he was a fake thug and pretender. Remind you that he also thought that Biggie and Puffy knew about the shooting before it happened, and that they're friends with the people who did it. King Tut and Haitian Jack said similar things. That he ain't half as hard as he claims he is. That's what Jimmy Henchman and his people had in mind back then. So Puffy shared their opinion. Dexter Isaac also said that Puff should stop acting like he's innocent, that he took part in the whole setup. So Puff making these statements about Tupac being a fake thug could be seen as confirmation that he felt the same way about Pac as the likes of Jimmy Henchman, Haitian Jack, King Tut, and the 3 shooters in the Quad Studio incidents. They all said the same thing about him, and Pac knew that he's hanging around with these people, that he's still doing business with them. That's why in the next line he said,
You can tell the people you roll with whatever you want, but you and I know what's going on.
A lot of people in New York, including Puffy, said that the robbers were only there to take his jewelry. That he could have gotten out of there unharmed if he didn't resist or had a gun with him. They made it seem like it was Tupac's fault for getting shot. In the next lines, Pac reminds them that him running around with guns shouldn't be news to them, as he was strapped with mags and other guns while hanging out with them. So they shouldn't be surprised that Pac actually made use of his weapons to defend himself. He and his associates knew that Pac had guns on him, and that he would pull them out if someone came at him or his crew. So them thinking that it would just be a harmless robbery was delusional, according to Pac, cause that's not what he was known for. Pac is known for fighting back and never backing down. He even shot at police officers. So why wouldn't he try to shoot robbers?
I heard he was light-skinned, stocky, with a Haitian accent, jewelry, fast cars, and known for flashing.
In the second verse, he mentioned his old friend Haitian Jack, the person who's responsible for the Ayanna Jackson assault incident, and more or less for the Quad Studio shooting, as it was done in his name, as a favor by Jimmy Henchman and the assailants, who were all friends with him. And again, he might have also been the guy who drove the assailants to the Quad Studios. If not, then we just found out about another accomplice who was close to Pac, Haitian Jack, and Jimmy Henchman that was never even mentioned in any police report.
Listen while I take you back and lace this rap, a real live tale about a snitch named Haitian Jack.
Tupac's New York trial attorney for the Ayanna Jackson assault case, Michael Tariff Warren, claimed that Haitian Jack worked for police intelligence to orchestrate Tupac's arrest. Warren's suspicions of Jack's police intelligence links started when the attorney went to put up Tupac's bail. Warren saw a policeman's benevolent association representative bail out Haitian Jack. He then had a long-time PBA lawyer represent him. Warren later got Jack's rap sheet that showed his long list of arrests up and down the East Coast on major charges, all of which had been dismissed. This was a sure sign Jack was a police agent, Warren said. Such evidence supports that US intelligence may have set up the incident with Ayanna Jackson and Tupac, as he had shot 2.
I fucking knew it was cause them damn cops. Ooh, these motherfuckers. Then they use your own people get you. Boy, I tell you, boy. I knew that shit. I knew that shit. Yeah.
Off-duty police officers not too long ago, and constantly promoted violence against crooked policemen in his music. They were, quote-unquote, desperately trying to get Tupac locked up. They then allowed Jack to plea bargain down to 2 misdemeanors, while Pac got 1.5 to 4.5 years in prison. New Yorker editor Connie Brock noted how they let Jack off easy because Ayanna Jackson didn't want to go through the trauma of another trial. So Pac also suspected her of being involved in this setup, cause she didn't care about Jack, the main offender, getting punished.
Knew he was working for the feds, same crime, different trials, picture what he says.
Haitian Jack convinced his lawyers to separate his case with Pac, which made Pac look at him sideways. According to Jack, the reason why he got a separate case from Pac was because of the guns in the room. Jack only came to the room to visit. He wasn't actually staying. So they blamed the guy who actually rented that hotel room, which is Tupac. They separated the case to not include the gun charges. Jack to this day denies being a snitch. His case never went to trial. He ended up pleading out, took a misdemeanor charge and paid a $1,000 fine. The other guy, Trevor, was never found. So the people who actually abused her got away. But Pac, the guy who touched the butt of someone who he more or less had a relationship with, got 1.5 to 4.5 years in prison. Tupac definitely deserved that sentencing for not at least trying to protect her. But it's still strange that Ayanna Jackson didn't care about the punishment of the two who actually assaulted her. Even in recent interviews, her only reply to whether or not she's okay with the main culprits, Haitian Jack and Rick, avoiding jail time, is that she can't speak on it. There are numerous conspiracy theories about her having worked with the police and the police agent Haitian Jack to finally get Tupac locked up after he got away with shooting 2 off-duty police officers and promoting violence against crooked cops. Tupac believed in this. He thought it was all a setup. Haitian Jack later filed a libel suit against Tupac's estate, Death Row, Interscope, the producer and engineer of the song Against All Odds, and even the publishing company. Pac had already passed away at this point. The US District Court in 1998 held that it was not defamatory for Tupac to accuse Jack of being an undercover police informant. The court also held that Jack could not recover money from the Shakur estate for other statements made by Pac because, and I quote, they did not constitute libel per se. In 2004, Haitian Jack was convicted for shooting in a club in Los Angeles and later served time in prison. Eventually, he was deported to Haiti in the year 2007. Pac believed that Jimmy Henchman was a conspirator of the Quad Studio shooting and was promising to deliver some payback. Unfortunately, he passed away shortly after recording the song, and Pac's revenge was put on hold. It was confirmed by Dexter Isaac and Haitian Jack that Jimmy Henchman was responsible for the shooting. Jimmy himself denied these accusations and called them ridiculous, saying that he was Tupac's friend and business partner. Pac was aware that the robbers weren't just there to take his jewelry. He knew that it was a setup to discipline and humble him. Pac says that they're delusional for thinking that they can shut him down like this. He refuses to bow down and show respect. The respect that Jimmy Henchman demanded. Jimmy Henchman kept denying his involvement in the Quad Studio shooting for a decade and a half after Tupac had already passed. He would always lie about it and pretend to be innocent. Tupac was fully convinced of his involvement and wanted to, quote-unquote, destroy everything he touches. An all-out war. All-out warfare, eye for eye, last words to a... Why you lie? On June 15th, 2011, Dexter Isaac, who's currently serving life in prison, confessed to the 1994 shooting of Tupac and claimed that Jimmy Henchman paid him $2,500 for that robbery. He also apologized to Tupac's family. "I want to apologize to his family for the mistake I did for that sucker," Dexter Isaac said on the eve of Tupac's 40th birthday. And a year later, Jimmy admitted his involvement during a Queen for a Day proffer session with the government, hoping to get a lesser charge following his arrest for a multi-million bi-coastal drug trafficking ring under the guise of his company ZA Entertainment. Henchman's bargaining ploy didn't work, and federal prosecutors didn't offer him a plea deal. And in October 2013, Henchman was sentenced to life behind bars. The truth finally came to light, and the people who set him up got their punishment, even if they were never convicted for it.
Now you gotta watch your back now, watch your front. Here we come, gunshots to duck. Now you stuck.
A very controversial dart thrown at Walter Johnson, best known in the streets of East New York as the infamous King Tut, who many people, including law enforcement, perceived as the prime suspect in the Quad Studio shooting. Tupac and the whole Death Row label were also convinced that King Tut was one of the shooters. Pac was informed about Todd while he was incarcerated, but it's not clear if he only ran with whatever name people in prison told him, or if he actually saw a picture of Todd and identified him as one of the shooters, because Pac obviously remembered the faces of the people who shot him. Tupac was informed about what people said on the streets about the shooting. He heard every rumor that was out there. Some told him that Biggie's homeboys shot him. Others said that it was King Tut who was ordered by Jimmy Henchman. Pac tried to put all the pieces of the puzzle together and solve the case by himself, while the cops had already dropped it and stopped.
You stuck.
A very
Come on, that one. Right here.
In the plea deal. And in October 2013, Henchman was sentenced to life behind bars. The truth finally came to light, and the people who set him up got their punishment, even if they were never convicted for it.
Now you gotta watch your back now, watch your front. Here we come, gunshots to tuck. Now you stuck.
A very controversial dart thrown at Walter Johnson, best known in the streets of East New York as the infamous King Tut, who many people, including law enforcement, perceived as the prime suspect in the Quad Studio shooting. Tupac and the whole Death Row label were also convinced that King Tut was one of the shooters. Pac was informed about Tut while he was incarcerated, but it's not clear if he only ran with whatever name people in prison told him, or if he actually saw a picture of Tut and identified him as one of the shooters, because Pac obviously remembered the faces of the people who shot him. Tupac was informed about what people said on the streets about the shooting. He heard every rumor that was out there. Some told him that Biggie's homeboys shot him. Others said that it was King Tut who was ordered by Jimmy Henchman. Pac tried to put all the pieces of the puzzle together and solve the case by himself, while the cops had already dropped it and stopped looking for the shooters and the people who set it up. King Tut mentioned in an interview that he was indeed not present at all at the Quad Studios, but certain people told Pac while he was incarcerated that it was quote-unquote Tut from Cyprus. There are even rumors that Death Row put out a $100,000 bounty on King Tut's head. He's now serving a life sentence under New York's 3 strikes law, while maintaining his innocence in regards to Tupac's shooting.
Why you on it, man? Leave that man alone, man.
Tupac accuses Puffy of getting bribed for keeping his mouth shut about the Quad Studio incident. That he didn't want Pac even though they were all friends. Pac helped Puffy and Biggie wherever he could, gave Big his first shows and told him how to make popular records so that him and Puffy can make millions. But they both kept quiet the whole time, even though numerous people like Puff's bodyguard Gene Deal and the assailant Dexter Isaac have said that Puffy knew about it beforehand. Lastly, he dedicates a few words to his fallen friend Stretch.
And that nigga that was down for me, rested dead. Switch sides, guess his new friends, one of them dead.
Tupac already spoke on his relationship with Stretch on the song Holla at Me. Big Stretch was still hanging out with Biggie, going to his parties, concerts, while not visiting Pac in prison. Instead, he tried to sleep with Tupac's ex-girlfriend Desiree Smith by pretending to relay messages for Pac from prison, as if he's still cool with him and speaks to him regularly. Desiree Smith then informed Pac about it with a letter, who on the other hand mentioned this in the song Just Like Daddy, which is also on the Machiavelli album. Stretch was not only cool with Biggie after the shooting, but also started to work with Nas, who Pac also had beef with when he made the album. Nas is also getting dissed directly after mentioning Stretch's death, because Nas was with Stretch the same night that he was shot execution style in his car, exactly 1 year after the Quad Studio shooting. Him and Stretch were driving through Queens after producing the song Take It in Blood off the album It Was Written. He dropped Nas off at his crib, drove off and got shot multiple times 10 minutes later. Nas rapped about it on a song called A Queen's Story in the year 2012. Jimmy Henchman sending Pac messages through Stretch was another reason why Pac thought Stretch had switched sides, meaning he betrayed Tupac to be cool with Jimmy Henchman and Bad Boy Records.
be a legend. Breathing the dead.
In the outro of the song, Pac even mentioned the message that Stretch relayed while he was lying in the hospital bed. And he responded to it by directly speaking to the person the message was from. Jimmy Henchman, the guy who set him up.
I just remember what you told me. You said don't go to war unless I got my money right. I got my money right. Now I want war.
Ooh. www. Shout out to Hip Hop Universe, man, with another excellent video. I hope y'all enjoyed the fucking live. We learned a lot tonight. Make sure, well, today, Monday, later on, it's gonna be we all watching Above the Rim. I haven't watched it in years, so it's gonna be Above the Rim. Next stream gonna be, well, it's gonna be late 11 p.m. Y'all make sure y'all come to Above the Rim / what his name is, Lil Sean interview. So we're gonna check out Lil Sean. We're gonna do Above the Rim. That's gonna be later on the stream. I hope y'all have. If you're new to the channel, please like and subscribe to the channel. I will see y'all next time. And stay updated to my posts. I will let y'all know what we streaming all week. Now I can also listen to music too. I'm gonna buy all the Tupac music, and I can listen on stream with y'all. I mean, I gotta double check because I don't want to get like copyrighted for that shit. If I can actually listen to the songs and we can play Tupac, I'll play y'all favorite song, Tupac songs on here. But besides Tupac, we're gonna do some more rappers. We're gonna do 50 Cent. We're gonna do 50 Cent versus Ja Rule. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do we're gonna start our R&B shit too. We gotta start our R&B shit. So I hope y'all had fun. I had fun. I don't know about y'all. W stream. So let me see how many of y'all came here today. Real quick. Let me say Little Chickens in. Shout out to the 14,000. Thank y'all for 14,000. Y'all came in this